the U.S. for 5 years and have good moral character and be able to understand and speak English. To apply, you must complete Form N-400 for naturalization and pay the application fees of $85 for biometric services and a total of $725. Once again, I would like to remind you all of push and pull factors that I spoke to you about earlier. Many of the people being pushed to come to America do not have the amount of money necessary to pay these application fees, not to mention the amount of money you would need to be taught English and civics in order to pass your interview and test. To pass, you need to memorize a list of over 100 civics questions. Of those, you must get a 60% passing score. A survey published by the U.S. News found that about 2/3 of Americans would not pass the test required to become a U.S. citizen. Of people aged 45 and younger, only 19% pass the exam, with 81% earning a score of 59% or lower. If Americans who have years and years of American history while in schools cannot pass, why should we make it mandatory for those coming to America? Thank you.
Good morning. How's everyone?
Doing great.
I'd like to start with a few thank yous. I'd like to thank the crowd. Thank you, Mr. Naylor, for having me speak. Thank you, my partner, Jay, for helping me, and thank you for my opponents for me have speak with them, Olivia and Blaney. I'd like to start with a quote. There is no overwhelming bipartisan support outside of Washington that we need to finally secure our borders, enforce our laws, and stop the problem of illegal immigration. Ted Cruz. Illegal immigrants may also burden tax-paying citizens because they don't pay income tax while they're still using public services like schooling and healthcare. The Federation for American Immigration Reform estimates this should cost the taxpayer about $113 billion taxpayer dollars. The influx of immigration populations causes conflict with host countries. Rapidly changing demographics increase economic competition, and crime and safety concerns may increase. With meeting my criterion prioritizing current citizens with keeping them safe, many diseases are transferred to new regions because of this process of immigration. The devastation of smallpox in the local tribe population of North America is widely documented. Disease-causing agents transfer across borders to immigrants, which can be negative impact on the local population that may not be regularly exposed to these certain conditions. The screening process can limit the impact somewhat, although there is a possibility of having it slip through. The issue of immigration and national security is a heavily debated topic in the United States. Some argue that current immigration is ineffective, keeping America safe, and that some need more drastic measures to prevent terrorists and criminals from entering the country. Others contend that restricting immigration goes against America's values as a nation built on diversity, but there are more effective ways to enhance security without sacrificing these values. We advocate for immigration policy to point incidents involving foreign-born individuals, crime, and weapons that have crossed the borders. Evidence shows the current system is not working. Total shutdown of immigration from certain regions and religions is necessary to protect the country from potential threats. They also claim that the current immigration system is too lenient and also allows criminals and terrorists to enter the country undetected. With the lens of American equality, instead of focusing with also enhancing border security, proponents of immigration reform argue that a comprehensive approach is needed to address the issue of national security. The upgraded immigration laws, coupled with improved border security and interior informant system, greatly enhance the country's ability to prevent these threats from entering the country. They also emphasize the importance of cultural, educational, and personal exchanges in promoting American power and influence in the world. In summary, the issue of immigration security is a complex, contentious one that requires a balanced approach. While there are valid concerns about these potential threats posed by immigration, it is important to remember that a vast majority of immigrants are law-abiding citizens who contribute to the society. But focusing on comprehensive immigration reform, the United States can enhance security while maintaining its values and diversity in an inclusive nation. Thank you. Our value is American quality, and Nigerian is prioritizing current citizens with keeping them safe.
So do you think all immigrants are dangerous? Think all immigrants are just terrorists?
No, but I mean, a lot of them do drug trafficking and can cause a lot of issues in this society with taking jobs away from Americans and.
Well, actually, Lenny will talk to you more about this, but a study found that actually immigrants create more jobs and they're, wrote it down, 10 times more likely to start a business than native-born Americans, creating jobs for Americans, not taking them away. And not to mention, immigrants often do jobs that Americans don't want to do.
But then again, you're taking away these jobs from Americans, these lower skilled jobs, and then Americans.
I mean, if they immigrate to America, then they are citizens. They're just not born here, but they're still considered citizens. They went through the process. So they're not taking jobs away from Americans because they themselves are also Americans.
Well, I don't agree with that. I just think that you have these people are coming, sometimes even illegally coming, and then taking jobs away from the hard-working Americans that put all this time and effort into this country, and then these people get healthcare benefits from just coming over to this country and taking jobs. I don't think that's right.
Well, that's why it should be easier so that immigrants don't have to come illegally, so they can come, the fee will be cheaper, they can make it, and they can become real citizens, and that way they're not taking jobs from Americans. They are also hardworking Americans, just like you and I are.
You said about the English speaking thing. You said how long was that again? For you said
How long for what?
this like how long they're required to learn English to come to this country? Was that requirement?
They have to speak English in order to complete their interview portion of the process.
What kind of jobs are they pulling away from the American citizens exactly?
They're not, which
I
is
mean,
what
like,
I said.
what jobs are they doing? Like, what is the jobs?
Well, they create jobs, okay, so immigrants start their own businesses, which they are 10 times more likely to do, and then they do jobs in factories, they do farming, they, do the jobs that most Americans really don't want to do. And then also, do you know that immigrants, the money that, they're taking away by coming to America, they're bringing it back in the amount of money that they make while creating the jobs.
I just think that it's not the case because I don't know. I think that I think that you're still taking jobs from people and you're paying them less of a salary, so that's how I feel.
You're paying immigrants less?
Yeah, they're paying them less and they're taking jobs away, and it's destroying the economy.
Well, I'll leave you with this. Eleni's actually going to tell you why they help and boost our economy.
Hi, my name is Eleni Liang, and before I start this debate, I'd like to thank my partner, Olivia Gregg, and my opponents, Mr. Naylor and everyone in the audience today for joining us. I would like to begin with reiterating to you that my partner, Olivia, and I are on the pro side of this debate, that the U.S. should make the citizenship process easier for immigrants. Throughout this debate, we would like to ask you to please keep our highest value of opportunity in mind today, as well as seeing our debate through the lens of those seeking a new life. Immigration has been a driving force of the United States since its inception, bringing diversity, innovation, and economic growth. However, the current immigration system in the U.S. is to the utmost outdated and inefficient, making it difficult for deserving individuals that come to the country legally. We believe that making immigration easier will not only benefit immigrants, but also contribute to the overall growth and the prosperity of the country. This brings me to our second contention, which is immigrants are beneficial for the economy. First, immigrants bring tremendous economic benefits to our country by creating jobs. According to the National Bureau of Economic Research, immigrants are twice as likely as native-born Americans to start their own businesses. This creates jobs not only for themselves, but also for others. Moreover, immigrants bring unique skills and talents that fill gaps in the job market, particularly in high-skilled and specialized fields, which then increases the productivity and competitiveness of our economy. Which brings me into my second contention. This is my second point, sorry. Immigrants contribute to economic growth. Economists believe that immigration increases the size of our economy, improves productivity, and is an economic benefit for almost all parties. Historically, immigration has created a net positive for the federal budget, improving the long-run condition of the U.S. Changes to the federal laws, many of which are proposed in the Border Security, Economic Opportunity, and Immigration Modernization Act of 2013, could further improve the impact of future immigration. I have a quote well said by Cato Institute's late chairman, Emeritus William Niskanen. Build a wall around the welfare state, not around the country. Continuing on, a 2015 study in 21 U.S. cities found that if all eligible immigrants residents were to naturalize, their income would increase by $5.7 billion, leading to an increase in home ownership of more than 45,000 people and a $2 billion increase in tax revenue. If just half the eligible immigration population of the United States naturalized, the increased earnings and demand for home ownership could boost the nation's GDP by $45 billion per year. According to a study by the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering and Medicine, immigration increases the size of the labor force and boosts economic output, resulting in higher wages for all workers. Furthermore, they are more likely to participate in the labor force than native-born Americans, which helps support programs such as Social Security and Medicare. Finally, immigrants also contribute to innovation and entrepreneurship. Many of the world's most successful and innovative companies, such as Google and Tesla, were founded by immigrants or their children. Generally speaking, immigrants bring new ideas, perspective, and approaches that drive innovation and keep our economy dynamic and competitive. Immigrants are a crucial source of economic growth and innovation in our country. By welcoming and supporting them, we can create jobs, increase productivity, and promote prosperity for all Americans. And finally, my third contention. Many immigrants come to America due to push factors. I have a quote well said by British author and poet Wharton Schreier, which goes well with my third contention. No one leaves home unless home is the mouth of a shark. Factors can include violence, gender inequality, political corruption, environmental degradation, and climate change. The United States has long been a destination for immigrants seeking a better life, but many of these individuals are simply not motivated by desire for economic opportunity or personal freedom. Instead, they are often driven to leave their home countries by a variety of push factors, ranging from poverty, war, and persecution. Poverty is one of the most significant push factors. Many people in developing countries lack access to basic necessities like food, clean water, and healthcare, and are unable to find work that pays a living wage. War and persecution are also major push factors that drive immigration. In many parts of the world, people are forced to flee their homes due to violence, political instability, or discrimination based on their ethnicity, religion, or sexual orientation. Environmental disasters can also be push factors. When people's homes are destroyed or their livelihoods are wiped out by natural disasters, they may have no choice but to seek out refuge in other countries. Push factors are a significant driver of the immigration to the U.S., and we must accept those seeking a new and better life. To bring this all together, I have a story. It's about a woman who moved to the States. She didn't know any English, and she was pregnant with her second child. She was fleeing from the, at the time, authoritarian country of China. She wanted a new life for her children and her family. This woman is my mom. When I spoke to her about her process, she said she knew about it. She knew it would be hard, but what she didn't know was how long the process would take. It took my mom a total of 7 years to become a citizen, 7 years of living here before she could call it her home, all because she had to learn English, civics, and she had to wait for it to be processed, all while taking care of her kids and working a 9-to-5 job. Now, although a lengthy and expensive process, without naturalization being possible, I wouldn't be standing here today. But we have to keep in mind that many are not as fortunate as her and are still barely surviving out there. Thank you.
everyone, and welcome. I thank you all for coming to this debate today. My name is Shane Rochelle, and I will be continuing on with the con side of this debate. I'd like to start with restating our value and criteria. Our value is American quality of life, which means ensuring all current U.S. citizens can live good lives. And our criterion of prioritizing current U.S. citizens. Now, on to our second contention, the stress on public services caused by immigration. A quote by Ann Coulter: "We need to prioritize the needs and interests of existing citizens rather than making it easier for outsiders to come in." This means we need to make sure we fix our own problems and make sure this country is good for immigrants to come in before opening borders more and letting more immigrants in. Stats say that only 2/3 of immigrants can find jobs. Right now, we have a problem with too many employers and not enough jobs, which my partners have already stated is what immigrants do: create more jobs, not take up jobs. Along with the stress on public services, immigrants that come in that don't know English need to be taught that. So we're spending more money on teaching them things like language, civics, how to get a job, when we could just be using American citizens already to do that. This just lets us put more money into immigrants than we get out of them. For our third contention, it's poverty. 1/4 of immigrants live in poverty. That is more than double what the current U.S. citizen is. 1/4 of immigrants are also uninsured. Only half of immigrants can speak English. Half of immigrants have no college or post-secondary education. Immigrants currently make up 15% of the U.S. population. With these numbers, if we make citizenship easier, thus increasing immigration, that number will go up, and the numbers of current U.S. citizens that are uninsured, in poverty, unable to find jobs, those will all increase. That means you, right here, might not be going to college because immigrants are taking up the resources that our country has. I'll end you with another quote. I'd say that treatment of immigrants is one of the greatest injustices done in our government's name. We need to fix how we treat immigrants before we let more of them in. Thank you. immigrants into our country, it will cause a severe stress on the public services and resources in our country.
Can you name examples of resources?
Well, all resources come down to two things: money and manpower. Manpower, we can work around that a little bit, but we spend a lot of money educating these immigrants and also on law enforcement, not specifically because they don't want to follow laws, but because they don't know our laws well enough, which will increase if we make it easier and don't make them take that civics test and know our laws.
Do you have statistics for that?
I have statistics on some of them, but on what I just said, that is an interpretation of said statistics.
How do you respond to the argument that immigrants contribute to the U.S. economy both through taxes and their labor?
As I said before, actually, as you said before, immigrants create more jobs than they take up. And currently, we have too many jobs and not enough employees. How often do you go anywhere and see recruitment posters or now hiring signs? Even in our own school hallways, we see recruitment posters.
Doesn't that just create more jobs though?
That's the problem,
How is that a problem?
because we don't have people to fill those jobs.
Do you believe that the current immigration system is working effectively?
Immigration?
Immigration.
I believe it is working effectively as it ensures we have the right people coming into our country.
What do you mean by right?
People who aren't going to strain our economy too much, and make sure that when they go through this process, they are learning things like English and civics.
The output of immigrants outweigh the costs.
For some of them, but a quarter of them who live in poverty, that third of them who cannot find jobs, will not outweigh the
That
costs.
actually covers all of them. So, some argue that making it easier for immigrants to come to the U.S. would actually decrease illegal immigration. What is your response to this argument?
It would decrease illegal immigration, but can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Get one.
Can you restate your criterion and your contentions?
Our value is opportunity, and our criterion is seeking a new life.
Okay, and your contentions?
Our contentions are immigrants are beneficial for the economy. Many immigrants come to America due to push factors, and the process is just generally too long and complicated.
Okay.
See each other? Yeah.
All right, listen, we just need to get into this rank crossfire because of time. Make sure you're talking to your microphone.
Test.
You guys can go first. Make sure you're talking to your microphone.
Do you believe that immigration is a zero-sum game where immigrants take away jobs and resources to America?
Currently, it may be, but if we make it easier for immigrants to come into the country, that number will lower.
I don't know how to respond.
Could you repeat that?
Currently, what you're saying about the net gain may be true, but that is because we worked out how easy our citizenship laws need to be to have that net gain. If we make it easier, then that net gain will go down and we will lose our resources.
Can you name an example of how that would happen?
As I've stated before, a quarter of immigrants are in poverty, or do not have education. So we would need to spend resources on those, and thus we would be importing poverty into our country.
Are these immigrants natural citizens of America? Are they already moved to America? Because if so, then that goes against your value of prioritizing American quality of life.
No, I'm talking about people who are just becoming citizens coming into this country.
Well, that's why we should lower the application fee. That way they can pay to get into America, and they have the opportunity to get a job because they're not wasting all their money on applying for citizenship. We're not saying that the process should be necessarily less extensive. We should definitely do background checks still, but there's no reason for it to be that expensive, and for someone who is not native born to have to know English entirely, and civics that most Americans, 2/3 of Americans, don't even know the answers to.
To start with, I think Americans should know those civics questions. And would you mind?
I mean, sure, they should, especially Americans who have lived here all their life and had history. But why should immigrants have to know those questions if us, Americans don't even know them, natural-born Americans don't even know them?
You said that it should be more extensive, but you also say it should be easier. Would you mind defining?
I never said it should be more extensive. I said there should be background checks, and we're not saying that it should be, there shouldn't be background checks or anything to keep harmful people out of the country, but it should be cheaper, and the process of interviews and the test should be easier.
I believe that test is in place to make sure we have a well-functioning society.
Well, our society isn't well functioning if everyone in this room doesn't know what any of those questions mean.
Then we need to fix that instead of...
Well, yeah, fix your quality of American life before you start coming for us.
That is a separate debate where we need to...
Well, that's your value.
Improve.
That is your value.
Yes, that is my value. We need to improve our current citizens before we take on more immigrants.
When they do that test, it makes immigrants a more well-rounded individuals. And you do these background checks so they can make sure the country's safe and not having smuggling drugs and doing this to our innocent people that have.
You're just generalizing a group of people. Not all of them smuggle drugs.
But can you agree that some of them do?
I mean, sure, but
Thank you.
we're not saying I mean, yeah, there are bad people from everywhere, and like I said before, we're not saying that there shouldn't be background checks and border security checking cars. That's not what we said.
Yes, and I agree that we should also be doing that to current U.S. citizens.
And wouldn't you agree that
What does that have to do with this debate?
We need to do that for all current and incoming citizens.
wouldn't you agree that
Which wouldn't make it
most
easier.
most terrorism comes from the U.S. itself, including gun violence at an all-time high right now?
I believe that's because we're letting the wrong people into our country.
But they come from native-born Americans.
All of them?
Well, obviously not, but probably
Mostly no.
90%.
So if we can lower that, why shouldn't we?
All right, so
That's-
Once again, my name is Olivia, and I would like to thank my teammate Eleni for helping me with this debate, as well as Michael and Shane for having this debate with us. For most of you in this room, this debate was nothing more than listening and talking and hearing information. For most of you, you know about immigration, you know the process, you know the setbacks, and you can comprehend why it's necessary. But only a very select few of you here today understand it. Very few of you does this situation directly affect firsthand or someone you know. I am the same as all of you sitting in this audience today. I am a natural-born citizen, and though before this debate I knew why immigration was a good thing and why it should be made more accessible, I will never fully understand the struggles. Throughout this experience, I have had the honor to learn about the process, to read and hear heartbreaking stories like Marcella's. But not all stories are bad. My partner Lenny told you about the story of her mom and her process. Immigration affects millions of people every year, and more should understand the significance of citizenship and how lucky all of us are. This is why my partner and I stand by our claim that the citizenship process should be made easier for immigrants. Throughout this debate, we have honored our value of opportunity and lens of those seeking a new life by our three contentions. Contention 1, why the citizenship process in general is too long and too complicated. And contention 1, I told you only a sliver of the citizenship process, and even that shortened version was lengthy. I told you how the application costs about $725, but this does not include services like a lawyer to help you with the process, or English and civics lessons, which you need in order to complete the interview and test portion of the process. Making the process easier, for example, by not requiring a civics exam of great extent, of which I remind you that 2/3 of Americans would not pass. Not forcing someone to know and speak English, and lowering the cost would fit our value of opportunity by making it easier for those seeking a new life, which is also our lens. Contention 2, immigrants are good for the economy. In contention 2, my partner told you why immigrants actually boost our economy. According to the National Bureau of Economic Research, immigrants are twice as likely as native-born Americans to start their own business, creating the opportunity for jobs themselves and natural-born citizens of the United States. My partner also told you that economics believe that immigration actually increases the size of the economy, increases productivity, and is an economic boon for almost all parties. Contention 3, many immigrants who come to America come due to push factors. Lastly, in our third contention, my partner spoke of push factors, which again is defined as factors that push someone to leave their country. Push factors are the leading cause in those seeking a new life. Those in developing countries lack access to food, clean water, healthcare, and are unable to find work in places and pays a living wage, which pushes them to seek opportunities like the United States where they can provide themselves and their families. My opponents, on the other hand, did not stick to their value of American quality or their lens of prioritizing current Americans. Michael tried to tell you that immigrants will take American jobs away from hard-working Americans. This is completely wrong, as you heard from my partner that immigrants are 10 times more likely to start a business than native-born Americans, creating jobs for themselves and also native-born Americans. My opponents also tried to tell you that immigrants take money out of the American budget and put the government in debt. But since immigrants create jobs and pay the application fee of $700, this increases the government's budget. I tried to tell you that by teaching immigrants English and civics, we are taking time away from real Americans. But this is exactly what my partner and I are trying to do. Make it easier on immigrants by making the English and civics portion of the process easier. All of these reasons are why opponents did not meet their value or lens, not to mention that their highest value is American quality of life. But as I stated before, immigrants who are successfully naturalized are also Americans, and we should prioritize their quality of life as well. Their entire side of this debate was completely biased, as they believe that overall immigrants are terrible. More than any other nation on earth, America has constantly drawn strength from the spirit of wave after wave of immigrants. In each generation, they proved to be the most restless, the most adventurous, the most innovative, the most industrious of people, bearing different memories, honoring different heritages. They have strengthened our economy, enriched our culture, renewed our promise of freedom and opportunity for all. President Bill Clinton, thank you.
Switch now, so if there's any teachers that want to switch now, you can do that. We have one more side to go. I'll just do that now. What? So this is why for the next one. quiet down. We gotta get this done. You just start talking and everybody's quiet down.
All right, now on with my final focus for the con side of the debate. We are not saying that all immigrants are bad. We are saying that our current system is in place to weed out those who are and to let in those what was the number you said? Whatever number they said, that are more likely to create businesses and be successful. Their statistics are all biased because they are looking at our current system and not what would happen when made easier. As for the civics test, the civics test is in place as it should be. We should, instead of making the civics test easier, increase our education and improve our current citizens so that they can meet that standard, thus improving our country. Their contentions did not meet their value and criterion, as they kept stating and would not refute how immigrants create more jobs when we already don't have enough employees to fill those jobs. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, arguers. That was good. Thank you to the audience for sticking with us there during that one. We're going to try to get this one started quickly here so that it doesn't extend over 2 periods. They're all short enough that they shouldn't extend over 2 periods. Do you want me to ask them who they think won? The audience? All right. So the pro side is over here. How many people would side with the pro side? How many people are siding with the con side? For everybody watching on the live stream, it was a very close vote. You probably couldn't see that. So. All right, so you guys can sit down. Thank you, everybody. Listen, as we begin to file in here, so if there are any prospective juniors, I mean, even down as far as sophomores and freshmen who are thinking whenever you get into 12th grade, you would like to take CHS argument, there's different types of debates that we have. So what you just saw was a public forum debate. Those are often 2-on-2 or 3-on-3 debates. And they've got 3 main sections. You've got the pro side present, the con side present, the pro side present, the con side present. There's a grand crossfire. There are a couple individual crossfires, as you saw, and then there's a final focus at the end. This next debate is going to be a different format, so this is a Lincoln-Douglas debate. These are often done in one-on-one debates, but just because of the class size and needing to get as many people going in 8 periods today, we're going 2-on-2 with this. So it's a little bit different format. The first speaker for each team is going to present the entire case, and then after that you have rebuttals and cross-examinations. And so it's a little bit different format. So for anybody who is thinking about taking this class, later on, you actually learn about a lot of different debate formats, and you start to learn that there's more than just talking back and forth or yelling back and forth whenever you're debating. So with all that said, as people are filing in here so that we can get this one done in the time period that's allotted, I'm going to turn this over to our MCs, and they'll explain to you who's debating and what the topic is going to be. So thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to the 11th Annual CHS School-Wide Debates.
Since 2013, students in the CHS Argument and Rhetoric class have conducted debates in front of the student body, and each year the topics are centered around a theme decided upon by teachers in the CHS program, which is run through the University of Pittsburgh.
This year's theme is the health of America depends on valuing personal beliefs over compromise.
The question is it better for our country for individuals or groups to stick to their guns and not give an inch, or is it better to find a middle ground?
Can anything really get done if we don't compromise? Will our big ideas lose their meaning if we change parts of them just to move forward?
Each of the debate topics today touch on this theme in one way or another. The next topic up for debate is Edward Snowden a hero?
On the pro side, we have Dylan Andrews and Gavin Ridgway. On the con side, we have Caleb Beisinger and Jacob Hahn.
Hi, my name is Gavin Ridgway. I would like to start off by giving some thank yous first. I'd like to thank my partner Dylan Andrews for working on this debate with me, and my opponents Jacob Hahn and Caleb Beisinger for debating against us. I would also like to thank Mr. Naylor for teaching us all the knowledge we need in order to do this debate. I would also like to thank the audience for giving us your time to listen to these debates today. Finally, I would like to thank the University of Pittsburgh for even giving us the opportunity to debate in the first place. I used to work for the government, but now I work for the people. Edward Snowden. Now, before we get into this debate, who even is Edward Snowden? In 2013, Edward Snowden worked as a technical assistant for the Central Intelligence Agency and worked for Booz Allen Hamilton, a defense contractor tied in with the National Security Agency. During his time working for these agencies, he accumulated information on NSA surveillance programs. Then with his data, he carefully picked through what he wanted to share with reporters and release it to the public. He now lives in Russia, away from U.S. jurisdiction, and can never return to the United States or else he would be charged with espionage, which means spying to obtain confidential information with intentions to disclose it. Now to start, Edward Snowden is a hero, and we will be on the pro side of this debate, affirming that Edward Snowden was in fact a hero. Our lens for this debate will be freedom, which can be defined as the power or right to act, speak, or think as one wants without hindrance or restraint. Our criterion for this debate will be preventing governmental corruption. You as an American citizen know that you have the right to privacy, so a police officer can't just walk into your house, which is a fundamental right, unless they have a search warrant. But Edward Snowden practically showed the public how the government was infringing on this right by illegally, without warrants, collecting all of our data that is on the internet. This brings me to my first contention. The NSA's surveillance programs were dangerous and unconstitutional. The Fourth Amendment is directly defined as an amendment which stops the police and other governmental agencies, including the NSA, from searching us or our property without probable cause, to believe that we've committed a crime. The Fourth Amendment clearly states that without probable cause, the police and other governmental agencies should not be allowed to search our property. Our data from websites is our privacy, and agencies like Verizon, AT&T, and etc. promise to keep our data private. But with the power of the government, they can take what they want without being questioned or even asked. This is exactly what Snowden was revealing to the public and was in his leaks when he told to the news reporters. Snowden reported to U.S. journalist Glenn Greenwald that the U.S. government was illegally obtaining, without court warrants, collecting phone logs of hundreds of millions of Americans who had zero link to terrorism. The NSA can always go to court and obtain a wiretap or search warrant as they please, but they can do it in the correct manner like any other police agency because they are not above the law. According to Pew Research, a 2017 study shows that 60% of Americans think that it's unacceptable to monitor U.S. adults who have no link to terrorism. Allowing the government to infringe into our data for their own personal use is dangerous to us as Americans. By allowing the government to collect our own data while we have nothing to do with terrorism could be a slippery slope that can lead to the government wanting to go further and further with everything that it is about us, while claiming that is to help keep us safe. Yet this does the total opposite. My partner and I understand that if we have someone in our country or outside who is a threat to the country due to things they've said, crimes they've committed, etc., that the government should be allowed to monitor them. But as American citizens who have done nothing wrong, there should be no reason to even want to monitor them. Contention 2. Surveillancing the public by presidents and governmental officials has been used before and rejected by the public. Examples of corruption governmental agencies have already been shown. For example, Richard Nixon, who believed that presidents are above the law, dispatched FBI and CIA agents to spy on anti-war activists in the U.S. in the early 1970s. This action done by President Nixon was rejected by the public because he was spying on people and was considered corrupt and was eventually impeached for his actions. This was also known as one of the biggest presidential scandals in history and shows a true abuse of power of someone who obtains it in the government. Snowden revealed a cover for their mass, undifferentiated, warrantless spying. This means that the NSA and FBI use of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court is largely symbolic and unneeded, since the NSA and the FBI can more easily break the law and spy without warrants. To sum up, the NSA and other intelligence agencies can abuse their power and use loopholes in order to spy on us, the public, for doing completely nothing, when they can easily go through the quick and easy process of getting a warrant if their subject is suspected of a certain crime. Contention 3. Whistleblowers are a good thing for the USA and are protected by law. Let's talk about what the documents contained that Edward Snowden leaked. Edward Snowden leaked information to the reporters such as how the government was routinely collecting the phone logs of millions of Americans who had linked to terrorism. Snowden also said how the NSA had the ability to access mass amounts of user data from US-based internet companies such as Facebook, Google, Yahoo, and etc. Snowden also leaked that the US government had been obtaining information from Jordan, India, and Egypt, which were all American allies, as Snowden quoted, "We hack everyone everywhere." To hack into allied nations' information and monitor them is extremely dangerous for them to find out and crush relations with that country, who has done nothing wrong to us. Yet the government feels as if, since we're America, we can hold them on a leash, which is completely wrongdoing. Snowden did not do anything wrong, but do as anyone who else feels like they should be, a whistleblower, and distinguish what they feel is a threat to the public of America, which should be viewed as a public service and a heroic act to put his life on the line to inform us about things that we should have the right of knowing. The whistleblowing done by Snowden is protected by a bill passed called the 1989 Whistleblower Protection Act. This act was passed in order to strengthen and improve protections for the rights of federal employees and to prevent reprisals, which reprisals can be defined as an act of retaliation by the Oxford Dictionary. Also, to finish off, to let everyone know, 7 years after the former National Security Agency contractor Edward Snowden blew the whistle on the mass surveillance of Americans' telephone records, and appeal to court has found the program is unlawful and that the U.S. intelligence leaders who publicly defended it were not telling the truth. So if the U.S. Court of Appeals said that Snowden exposed was truly unlawful what the government was doing, then Snowden was completely in the right to what he did. If Snowden is protected by the 1989 Whistleblower Protection Act, then he should be viewed as a whistleblower and not a traitor like my opponents will refer to him as. To conclude, Edward Snowden is a hero who should be viewed as someone who has done the American public a great favor, helped to prevent any governmental corruption, and support our American freedoms. It is as simple as this. If you see something that's wrong, you should blow the whistle and speak up about it. That's what you should do. I would like to end off with a quote by Daniel Ellsberg, the former Defense Department official who released the Pentagon Papers that revealed that the Vietnam War was unwinnable. Snowden did what he did because he recognized the NSA surveillance programs for what they are: dangerous and unconstitutional activity. The wholesale invasion of American privacy does not contribute to our security. It puts in danger the very liberties that we're trying to protect. Thank you.
So, do you admit that Edward Snowden committed treason against the United States?
If you're going to say it's treason, I would say that he was a whistleblower for the entire United States just to prove that what the NSA was doing was wrong, and like anybody should in a company truly say what's wrong.
Then why is he being charged for the violation of the Espionage Act of 1917?
Because the government makes the laws and they can say what's right or wrong.
So he broke the law.
You can say he broke the law, but he did the American public a service.
Would you agree that the U.S. citizens did not lose any physical freedoms or liberties before Snowden?
What do you mean by lose any freedoms?
Well, like you guys are saying that he basically exposed that the government is spying on people. So do you think that they lost any freedoms after this?
I don't think they lost any freedoms. I think that they were truly granted the knowledge that any public should know. Like, if we're being spied on, we should at least have the knowledge of it. I mean, that is our freedom that the country is built upon.
Well, the only thing that we're guaranteed is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Which pursuit of happiness, I feel pretty happy if I knew about the government spying on me.
That's not freedom.
It is freedom.
What actions that Edward Snowden committed would you think would be heroic?
I think it's heroic that he even told us about how the government was spying. He put his life on the line to basically tell us that the government was spying on us, doing these things behind our back that Richard Nixon did a while ago to people, and people hated that, so they were doing it behind our backs, and he saw it, and he did what he thought was right.
So if his actions were so heroic, then why has nothing changed?
I don't think nothing has changed. We don't think anything's changed because now we're built upon knowledge that the U.S. public is being monitored, which some people really don't like, but we at least should have the knowledge of knowing that we're going to be monitored. If it's behind our back, that's totally against, that's no freedom in there.
Do you agree that surveillance plays a major role in preventing tragedies such as 9/11 and the Boston Marathon bombings?
U.S. terrorist groups go to mass extents to go unknowledge whenever they create a terroristic thing, and these come from out-of-country places. Like I said, 60% of the American public does not want to be monitored. There's no, like, if we're talking about the American public right now, we're not talking about we have basically stated that terrorist groups should be monitored, and if they have anything that has to do with that, then we should be allowed to monitor them. It's not the American public.
Well, what if they're in the American public?
Well, I don't know what you mean by in the American public.
Like,
they've not done a former crime. If they're a former criminal and they've been charged, then they're going to be on a monitor list.
Well, there can be terrorist attacks that are domestic. Not all of them have to be foreign.
Yeah, I understand that.
So then we should be monitoring.
We should not be monitoring everybody without the knowledge of people should have the knowledge that they're going to be monitored without, like what Edward Snowden did. We're talking about Edward Snowden, not now. Edward Snowden told the public that they're being monitored, which he's a hero for doing that.
So you don't think that it's a good thing that the government knows about people talking about terrorism on the phone?
Like I said, if there's any red flags, like if this person is a former criminal, they're going to already be monitored. I don't think that anybody in this room right now that is sitting here knowing that they have no link to terrorism should be monitored by a U.S. governmental institute that can be easily corrupt, like Richard Nixon or anything like that. We should not be being spied on.
Good morning. My name is Caleb Beisinger, and before I begin my side of the debate, I would like to make some thank yous. I would like to thank my partner Jacob Hahn for working with me to formulate this debate. I would like to thank Gavin Ridgway and Dylan Andrews for debating against us. Thank you to Mr. Naylor for teaching this class. Thank you to the BELLWOOD-ANTIS School District and administration for allowing us to debate in the auditorium. And most importantly, I would like to thank you, the audience, for listening to these debates. A nation can survive its fools and even the ambitious, but it cannot survive treason from within. Marcus Cicero, Roman lawyer and philosopher. This quote supports our side of the debate that Edward Snowden is not a hero, but a traitor. Our highest value of this debate is security. This can be defined as the state of being free from any danger or threat. We want the audience to view this debate through the lens of safety and security of the American people. Before I state my first contention, I'm going to define a few key terms for our side of this debate. NSA, the National Security Agency, which is a part of the Department of Defense, where they do electronic monitoring and broadcast intelligence. Traitor, one who betrays another's trust or is false to an obligation of duty. Treason, the crime of betraying one's country. Intelligence, the collection of information of military or political value. For those of you who don't know who Edward Snowden is, he worked for the NSA, and in 2013 he compromised classified US documents in Hong Kong, leaking them all over the world. He now lives in Russia, and if he comes back to the United States, he will most likely be tried for espionage. We believe that Edward Snowden is not a hero, and we will prove it to you. Contention 1. The NSA serves a protective service for the American people. The NSA is in place to protect the American people from terrorist attacks from inside and outside of the country. The NSA is a part of the Department of Defense, where they also provide military intelligence to the multiple U.S. bases from around the world. What Snowden did when he leaked all the data and files put the entire country at risk. He jeopardized all of the U.S. spies throughout the world, especially UK spies that are allies with the United States. According to the British Broadcasting Corporation, the NSA had led more than 61,000 hacking operations worldwide. Snowden's actions were not heroic. What he did put a whole nation at risk. The NSA is to protect the citizens of the U.S. When other countries find out what we do, it puts us in danger. The NSA cybersecurity teams hold off threats to the U.S. national security systems and provides intelligence to warn off dangerous cyber threats and information to the U.S. government. After Snowden exposed the NSA, many people thought the NSA violated the Fourth Amendment, but according to the law, the NSA is held accountable for upholding the laws of the land while providing critical foreign intelligence information to keep America and all its allies safe and secure. The NSA is also required by law to protect the freedoms, civil liberties, and privacy rights of Americans, all according to NSA.gov. Everything that Snowden compromised put the NSA at danger, not making him a hero. Before I get into my second contention, I would like to remind you of our lens, security. Contention 2. Edward Snowden compromised valuable American intelligence that is key to the safety of all Americans. Snowden revealed NSA documents that caused the public to be concerned about what the government knew about their private lives. However, this system is in place to keep people like you and I safe from threats both foreign and domestic. For instance, the increase of surveillance made an appearance shortly after 9/11 and has gradually increased ever since the events as the Boston Marathon bombing. The purpose of keeping this information gathering process is to eliminate public worry and increase its effectiveness. Data is simply collected and processed for a few key words and phrases that may indicate potential attacks. You don't have to worry about an agent coming through your photos and being nosy about your personal life. Along with compromising American intelligence, Snowden also compromised Australian and British intelligence, who are among our main allies. Out of all the things he exposed by WikiLeaks, only one was found to be unlawful by an appeals court some 7 years later. Contention 3. Snowden is a traitor and committed treason against America for his own personal growth. According to Glenn Greenwald of the Guardian News, Snowden stole more than 1.5 million classified documents. Snowden took an oath, the oath of office. He decided to break that oath. Snowden has been charged with theft of government property, unauthorized communication of national defense information, willful communication of classified intelligence information to an unauthorized person, and violation of the Espionage Act of 1917. Snowden damaged the whole Department of Defense, but has no problem doing so. There is a reason that if he decides to come back to the United States, he will be tried for 3 charges under the Espionage Act. Snowden is not a hero for what he did. He caused more harm than good. In March of 2014, Army General Martin Dempsey, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, told the House of Armed Services Committee the vast majority of these documents that Snowden extrafiliated from our highest levels of security had nothing to do exposing the government oversight of domestic activities. The vast majority of those were related to our military capabilities, operations, tactics, techniques, and procedures. So you may be thinking he helped out the American citizens, but all he did was compromise government intelligence. I want to remind you of the audience that Edward Snowden is not a hero because of all the classified information he stole and leaked. He also broke an oath and put the American citizens in danger. Thank you.
All right, I have a few yes or no questions to start. Do you think whistleblowers are a good thing?
To some extent.
To some extent, so something that's violating the entire United States, their whole security, do you think that's pretty important?
Well, I mean, it's been proven that it didn't violate anything, so no.
Okay. So you said that the Court of Appeals found one thing to be wrong that the government was doing. So does that not give Snowden the right to show that the government was doing something wrong?
Well, that was found to be unlawful by the Ninth Circuit Appeals Court 7 years later, only due to an appeal from a conviction, not because of Edward Snowden.
So they were doing something wrong.
But it wasn't even proven to be true. It wasn't something that Snowden did, so he's not a hero.
Well, I'm not saying Snowden did anything. I'm saying that
Well, that's what
this
everybody's
person did it, and then Snowden exposed it. So if the U.S. Court of Appeals found it to be wrong, all right, we'll just move to the next question. Do you think that the government should be allowed to tap in wherever they want?
I think that if it's for the safety of the American people, then yes.
This brings me into, does the government doing whatever they want seem a little authoritative?
Well, like I said, they're not just, they're only looking for like red flag words, so we're not gonna have to worry about it unless we're talking about like terrorist attacks on the phone or something like that.
So Edward Snowden said that they could tap in wherever they want, whenever they wanted. And does that not seem a little like authoritative to be able to spy on your U.S. citizens? Like, does that not seem a little bit like North Korea or something like that?
But they're not doing that. They have the ability to, but they're not.
So we're gonna grant them the ability to and just be like, oh, they're not gonna be corrupt. We're just gonna trust them.
Well, the government's the one keeping us safe from like another terroristic attack.
Yeah, but us as the U.S. American people, we should not have to worry about dealing with a corrupt government. Those governments should be dealing with foreign nations and stuff like that. Also, if we're gonna be talking about foreign.
Well, that's what the NSA does, is worry about foreign.
So if we've the foreign allies like Jordan and Egypt and everything like that who have never done anything wrong to the United States, and we're gonna sit there because they're near a third world country, and we're gonna sit there and spy on them with all their knowledge. Does that not seem a little wrong to be they're allies with us and they have no knowledge of us spying on them, but we do it anyways?
Well, I think it's for the safety of us because, you know, they're close to a lot of our enemies, so maybe spying on them is a good thing.
Does the public deserve a right in knowing what's going on with their government?
To somewhat extent, yes.
So the government should keep secrets from us?
Well, I think it's for the better of the American people. You don't need every citizen worrying about what's going on in the world.
So once again, we're just going to believe that the U.S. government is perfect in every single way and they have no flaws.
Well, I'm not saying that. I think we should have a little bit of trust.
All right. And should the public be able to give their input to the government if they think what they're doing is correct or wrong? And should the government just make decisions based on what they think and not have any input from that?
We live in a democracy, so we vote our electors in.
We don't vote NSA agents in.
Okay, but they're not the ones making the laws.
No, but they're making these decisions to tap in on people, which is it's a clear violation of our Fourth Amendment right.
All right. Rebuttal.
Hi, I'm Dylan Andrews, and I'd like to take a moment to thank my partner Gavin for debating with me, our opponents Jacob and Caleb for debating against us, Mr. Naylor for helping us prepare for this debate, Mr. Schreier for allowing us to have the school-wide debate, and the University of Pittsburgh for providing us with a course where we were able to do this. Like my partner said earlier, our value for this debate was freedom, and our criterion was preventing governmental corruption. Each of our arguments were based around freedom and preventing governmental corruption, because what Edward Snowden did exposed the illegal and immoral wrongdoings of our government by showing that they were violating our privacy. In our first contention, we stated that the NSA's surveillance programs were dangerous and unconstitutional. So as U.S. citizens, we're all protected by the Fourth Amendment, so the government cannot search you or your belongings without a warrant or a probable cause. And this includes the data on our personal electronic devices. This is our property. And the government had no warrant, and in the vast majority of cases, no probable cause. So without a warrant from court, the government was able to see anything and everything we do on our phones. So that means phone calls, our contacts, what kind of music we like, search history. So this information released by Snowden showed that hundreds of millions of Americans with zero link to terrorism at all were being spied on by the government. I think most of us can agree that this is wrong. In fact, 60% of Americans find this wrong, according to Pew Research. Snowden saw the danger in this corruption, so he saw that this could be the beginning of even more constitutional rights being violated in the future. And there is no excuse to violate our rights, regardless of the situation. The next point that we made was that surveilling the public by presidents and government officials has been done before and rejected by the public. In the 1970s, President Nixon spied on anti-Vietnam War activists, innocent people, and he got the FBI and CIA agents to unconstitutionally spy on them, and the people found out and they were outraged, as they should be, because they recognized this as what it was, flat-out corruption. And Nixon was later impeached. So you can see a pattern here with the government disregarding our rights, and this is just one example of a time when they do it, people in power violating our rights. In our final contention, Gavin stated that whistleblowers are a good thing for the USA and are protected by law. So Snowden released proof that the government recorded millions of phone logs of innocent Americans, and the NSA had the ability to access mass amounts of user data from companies like Facebook, Google, Yahoo, and so much more. These documents also released that the government spied on Jordan, India, and Egypt, which are all allies of the United States. A bill called the 1989 Whistleblower Protection Act was passed, which protects federal employees from being charged and labeled as criminals if they are whistleblowers. So this bill should protect Snowden from being labeled as a traitor. After Snowden exposed the NSA, the U.S. Court of Appeals declared that what the NSA doing was unlawful, and the public intelligence defenders for the USA were not telling the truth. So this means that Snowden should be innocent, and he absolutely did the right thing. The other side's value was security, and their criterion was safety and security of the American people. So in the crossfires, Caleb stated that Snowden should be charged as a criminal, but the Whistleblower Protection Act protects Snowden and labels him as a whistleblower instead of a traitor. And Caleb tried to downplay Snowden's heroic actions by saying that nothing changed after what he did, but Gavin responded by saying that providing the public with knowledge of what the NSA was doing was heroic by itself. Gavin stated that terrorists living in the U.S. absolutely should be monitored, but innocent people should not be because it's unconstitutional. So in the first portion of the debate, Caleb mentioned how the NSA did not violate the Fourth Amendment because there was a law stating the purpose of the NSA. But even though the NSA is a powerful government agency, they still have the same exact constitution as us. No matter their reasons, they violated the Fourth Amendment. Caleb stated that the U.S. Court of Appeals only found one portion of the NSA's wrongdoings to be illegal, but they also found that the officials defending the NSA were lying about it, were lying about what they were saying in court. So Snowden did break an oath, but he was in the right. You all heard this quote by Edward Snowden earlier. "I used to work for the government, but now I work for the people." Snowden risked his life to do the right thing and expose the corruption in our government. Because of this, he should absolutely, truly be labeled as a hero because he is for the people.
Hello, my name is Jacob Hahn. Before I get started, I would once again like to thank my partner, Caleb, my opponents, Gavin and Dylan, Mr. Naylor, the BELLWOOD-ANTIS administration, and the University of Pittsburgh. Caleb and I are here today to negate the resolution which states that Edward Snowden was a hero. We believe that he is not a hero. By now, you most likely understand who Edward Snowden was and as well as what he did. You have also probably formed an opinion on whether or not these actions were heroic. However, I'm here to tell you that his actions were nothing short of treason. Before I get started, I would like to redefine key terms for our portion of this debate. NSA, the National Security Agency, which is part of the Department of Defense, where they do electronic monitoring and broadcast intelligence. Traitor, one who betrays another's trust or is false to an obligation of duty. Treason, the crime of betraying one's country. Intelligence, the collection of information of military or political value. I would also like to remind you of our value, which is security. We also ask that you view this lens through the safety and security of the American people. I will now restate our main contentions. Contention 1. The NSA serves a protective service for the American people, which Edward Snowden inherently jeopardized. As Caleb mentioned, the purpose of the NSA is to protect the American people from terrorist attacks both inside and outside of the country. It is also important to note that the NSA is held accountable for upholding constitutional laws. As stated on the NSA website under Civil Liberties, Privacies, and Transparency, the NSA states that they are accountable for following all laws and to respect civil liberties possessed by the American people. The government is not listening to you talk to your girlfriend unless you guys are discussing bringing death to America. When Edward Snowden leaked valuable intelligence, he compromised their well-being. He gave up classified intelligence methods, and most importantly, he violated his oath. Therefore, this contention clearly meets our value of safety as well as the criterion given. Contention 2. Edward Snowden has compromised valuable American intelligence that is key to the safety of all Americans. Caleb mentioned the increased rate of surveillance following 9/11, which caused almost 3,000 American deaths, as well as the Boston Marathon bombings. The goal of the NSA is to prevent these attacks, which is difficult to do without modern-day surveillance tactics. There's no problem with feeling uneasy about surveillance. However, it must be understood that it is simply for the health and safety of this country, and therefore is kept classified to keep public awareness and worries at a minimum. This is all done while being in accordance with the law. Contention 3. Edward Snowden is a traitor and committed treason against America for his own personal growth. Like previously mentioned, the oath that Snowden took was purposeful in the fact that it kept matters of national security limited to those involved. Snowden stole 1.5 million documents that were all classified, not only because he felt modern surveillance methods were illegal, but he also sought self-validation, which he did not get through numerous attempts at whistleblowing. All of these attempts were struck down since they did not prove anything to be illegal. Out of all the things he exposed through WikiLeaks, only one was found to be unlawful by an appeals court some 7 years later. Keep in mind that these documents contained addresses, names, photos, U.S. military whereabouts, and other top secret information. Every person in the U.S. was in danger by Snowden's actions. Our opponents are asking you to view this through a lens of freedom. I am here to tell you today that as an American, you have lost no freedom. Your freedom is protected from the risk of foreign terrorism, therefore allowing you to live in peace without the risk of foreign and domestic terrorism. Their criterion is preventing corruption, but there is no corruption. A According to the Constitution, everything that the NSA partakes in is protected under FISA, or the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. In America, there was no change in methods as a result of what Snowden did. They claim that he was a whistleblower and he had many attempts at whistleblowing legally, which he was protected in doing. However, these failed attempts were simply ignored because all attempts were found legal. Our opponents claim that the NSA was violating the Constitution by surveillance methods. While the telephone record situation was found to be unlawful by an appeals court 7 years later and was not a result of what Edward Snowden did, it was a result of an appeal by another separate case. Our opponents claim that the NSA had access to telephone records of terrorists, which is correct since the purpose and goal of the NSA is to prevent terrorism. I would also like to add that our opponents stated that we do not vote NSA agents into their positions. While this is correct, America is a democracy. Checks and balances are maintained by our elected officials. Previously mentioned FISA is made up of all elected officials. Our opponents claim that this is corruption when in reality they're trying to keep the average Americans, such as you and I, safe from violence. To close, currently, if Edward Snowden enters the United States, he will be tried for the following: theft of government property, unauthorized communication of national defense information, willful communications of classified intelligence information to an unauthorized person, and violation of the Espionage Act of 1917. A man who committed all of the above crimes is certainly not my hero. I would like to leave you with a quote made by Victor Hugo, writer and politician. A man who fights against his country is never a hero. Thank you.
So Jacob mentioned how it was treason for what Snowden did, and that means betraying the country. But one could argue that the NSA was committing treason against all of us. They never once mentioned how what Snowden did negatively impacted us. He mentioned that the government isn't listening to you talking with your girlfriend. They sure could be. In fact, they listen to hundreds of millions of phone logs every day. He stated that we are all endangered because of what Snowden did, but freedom rules above all in every situation. So how far are we going to let this unconstitutional bullying go? Snowden exposed this to the public, and now he can never return to the United States. Snowden sacrificed his family, his friends, his house, his career, his country, all for us. If all this doesn't make him heroic, then I can't tell you who is heroic. Thank you.
All right, that was a pretty good one. How many people knew who Edward Snowden was before you came in here? That's impressive. That's really good. We were hoping that people would have some kind of a background for this one because it's more than just a broad topic and values. It's a topic that touches on values, but it's also about a specific thing that happened in history. So let me ask you by a show of hands, how many people think that the pro side won and you feel that they've proven to you that Edward Snowden is a hero, just by a show of hands? All right, thank you. How many people would say that the con side won just by a show of hands? That's not bad. Is there anybody here who knew about Edward Snowden before this began that had your mind changed? Did anybody see this differently from the beginning of this? So, what's that? One of the things that we look at in debate class, and we weren't able to do this today, there's a lot of things that are going on here with the play and everything else, so we weren't able to have everything set up. But we like to, if anybody remembers last year, we had like polls that we did that we were able to project up here where you voted. And so you voted before the debate and then you voted after the debate. And so one of the things that we like to do in debate classes, before every debate that they do, we vote beforehand and then vote after. So it's not always the most important thing to get the majority of people to agree with you, because it's actually really hard to change anybody's mind. Like if you vote beforehand, it's very hard to get somebody to change their mind afterwards, no matter what you present. But just to get a couple of people to change their mind is a really big deal. So we're not able to have that up here now, but that was why I asked that question of did anybody's mind change. But I think that's it for now, but you guys did a really good job. That was an awesome one. I think the next one is another public forum debate, and this should be an interesting one, but we'll wait until the period ends to get that one started. So you guys can hang tight with your teachers until the bell rings, I suppose.
And I'm missing that. So like, I'm missing like, my shirt would come up from here. I could probably fit like, yeah.
All right, everybody, while everybody's filing in, we're going to get ready to start our next debate because we need to stay on track with time. All of these debates are timed out so that they fit in the time period of the class, but sometimes arguers can get a few seconds over. So just to make sure we have this all in time. And honestly, if we would have enough time at the end of the debate, we could even open some of these up for public questioning. All right, before I turn this over to our MCs, I think I've taught at BELLWOOD-ANTIS now for 17 years. I was at Tyrone for 9 years before that, so I've done this a long time. And if I think about topics that we used to argue whenever I first took over this class in 2008 as compared to now, there were some topics that initially I thought were unwinnable topics. You argued them anyway because that's half the challenge of it and half the fun is to try to win an unwinnable topic. But it's funny how they've changed over time. So one of those, for example, would be reparations. So should African Americans receive reparations? And this was something that whenever we first started with this class, we would throw it out there as a debate. And it was unwinnable. The side that got that, the pro side, always hated me and said, you can't possibly win this because nobody agrees with it. So that was one. That's changed. In San Francisco right now, they're determining whether they're going to provide reparations for African Americans in that city, as much as $5 million per person on the table. Abortion is another one that was at one time an unwinnable topic. It was almost like senseless to have it because the idea was, well, look, you can feel what you want to feel about this, but there's Roe versus Wade, so nothing's going to change. And as we all know in the last year, that's changed. A third one is basically America's stance or view towards drugs that have been illegal for a long time, but segments of the population have fought to say are recreational in nature and maybe no worse than some things that are already out there and legal and taxed. And so perceptions of things like drug use have changed a lot over the time that I've worked here at Bellwood and taught this class. And that's what this debate comes down to, as you guys will see here in 1 second. So this is a debate over marijuana use. So it's something that's drastically changed in the time that I've taught here, going from something that was once very, very taboo that you probably wouldn't even talk about in front of teachers and definitely probably wouldn't have a debate about, to something that is essentially openly discussed now, and discussed intelligently, whereas one time it was the debate between like doing what was absolutely right versus kind of like the loser stoner kind of thing, and those perceptions have changed a little bit. So we're going to see how they handle these. So I'll turn this over to the MCs and let everybody get at it. We're back to public forum debates for this one.
Good morning. Welcome to the 11th Annual CHS School-Wide Debates.
Since 2013, students in the CHS Argument and Rhetoric class have conducted debates in front of the student body, and each year the topics are centered around a theme decided upon by teachers in the CHS program, which is run through the University of Pittsburgh.
This year's theme is The Health of America Depends on Valuing Personal Beliefs Over Compromises.
The question is it better for our country for individuals or groups to stick to their guns and not give an inch, or is it better to find a middle ground?
Can anything really get done if we don't compromise? Will our big ideas lose their meaning if we change parts of them just to move forward?
Each of the debate topics today touch on this theme in one way or another. The next topic up for debate is marijuana should be legal for recreational purposes in Pennsylvania.
On the pro side, we have Lydia Worthing and Jocelyn McGuire, and on the con side, we have Ava Miller and Lexi Loveridge.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jocelyn McGuire, and before we start this debate, I'd like to offer a few thank yous. First of all, thank you to my partner, Lydia Worthing, for once again participating in this school-wide debate with us. Only this year we actually did take the class. Thank you to Ava and Lexi for preparing their side of the debate. Thank you, Mr. Naylor, for preparing us all year, and thank you to you guys in the audience. To start this debate, I'd like to offer a few definitions for clarification on today's round. Definition 1, marijuana, a drug which is made from the dried leaves and flowers of the hemp plant and which can be smoked and or ingested. Definition 2, recreational, laws that allow anybody over the age of 21 to buy cannabis. It is about personal freedoms. We should have the right in this country to do what we want if we don't hurt anybody. Bob Marley. It is because I agree with Bob Marley, I feel compelled to debate marijuana should be legal for recreational use in Pennsylvania. Marijuana has a history of having a negative stigma, but as people become more educated on marijuana, the number supporting the legalization is at an all-time high. In a survey done on October 16, 2022, 88% of people say marijuana should be legal for both recreational and medical use. Thus being said, our highest value in this debate is personal freedom, which can be defined as the freedom of every law-abiding individual to think what he will, to express his views freely, to go where he will without let or interference from any other individuals. Our best criterion for this debate is expanding opportunities. We simply want people to have the choice to purchase and do marijuana in a safe way, especially in a country that values liberty. Cannabis is safer than alcohol, tobacco, and many other medications. And in a nation dedicated to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, the government should not be tearing families apart over a plan, which leads me to our first contention. Contention 1, the overall benefits of marijuana. According to health.pa.gov, in Pennsylvania, there are 1,117,500 people who have their medical marijuana card. The population of Pennsylvania is about 13 million, which means that only 8% of Pennsylvanians can legally do marijuana, where 76% of Pennsylvanians have admitted to smoking marijuana at least once in their lifetime. There's no doubt that there are medical benefits to marijuana. For example, the cannabinoids in marijuana may reduce pain by altering the pain perception pathways in the brain. The more common examples of this would be arthritis, endometriosis, migraines, minimizing the side effects of cancer treatment, anxiety, epilepsy, and insomnia. If marijuana has already been proven to be beneficial to health, why can't people choose whether or not to do it? There are some side effects while being high, which include dizziness, fatigue, dry mouth, lightheadedness, drowsiness, and nausea. To this, I have two things to say. Number 1, these side effects are also common in most over-the-counter drugs or any prescription drugs that you may and can receive from a physician. Not to mention the serious side effects of other serious drugs such as heroin, fentanyl, and alcohol. The NIDA says overall drug overdoses rose from 2019 to 2021 with more than 106,000 drug overdoses deaths reported in 2021. Deaths involving the synthetic opioids other than methadone, which would be primarily fentanyl, continued to rise by 72,000 overdoses reported in 2021. Marijuana has never killed anybody. At the end of the day, you risk having these symptoms to take any other drug. For example, chemotherapy, which is radiation, is justifiable in the sense of putting poison in your body to hopefully be cured. Whereas where the harsh side effects can be helped with low increments in doses of marijuana. However, if you have your medical card, you are automatically stripped of some personal freedoms. An example of this would be if you have your medical marijuana card, you cannot own a gun, which is clearly a Second Amendment right. The second thing I have to say to this is to start at a low dose and go slow. This will help avoid having these other symptoms, which would be like the fatigue and dry mouth. Studies show people who start at higher doses will actually not receive much, if any, of the benefits at all of marijuana. This helps with my value of personal freedom because after people are educated, they can have the choice as to what to do. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lexi Loveridge, and I would like to begin by thanking my partner Ava for working with me on this debate, and my opponents Lydia and Jocelyn for debating against us today. And I would also like to thank Mr. Naylor for giving us this opportunity to debate. I would like to start this debate with a quote. Marijuana is not dangerous because it is illegal. It's illegal because it is dangerous. Ray Mascott. My partner and I have multiple reasons provided today about why marijuana should not be legalized in Pennsylvania, which include marijuana negatively affects yourself, the dangers of driving under the influence of marijuana, and marijuana being a gateway drug, and the risks of using other drugs. Our lens is safety and protection, and our criterion is preserving health. Some of our key definitions are the following by the Oxford Dictionary. Safety can be defined as the condition of being protected from or unlikely to cause danger or injury from someone. Marijuana, or cannabis, is the psychoactive drug from the cannabis plant. Addiction is defined as the neuropsychological disorder characterized by a persistent and intense urge to engage in certain behaviors. And finally, THC, which is a crystalline compound that is the main active ingredient of cannabis. Marijuana has many negative effects on yourself, including your mental health, brain health, heart health, and many people do not know. However, it can become addictive, which leads me to my first point. Our first contention is that marijuana affects yourself negatively. Let's begin by discussing what it actually does to your brain physically. It directly affects how your brain functions, specifically the parts that are responsible for memory, learning, attention, decision-making, coordination, emotions, and reaction time. The brain produces a chemical called anandamina, which affects the brain areas and influence pleasure, memory, concentration, and movement. These chemicals work as neurotransmitters. This chemical is similar to THC's chemical structure. This similarity allowed the body to recognize the THC and to alter normal brain communication. An article from the National Institute on Drug Abuse states that because of the similarity, THC is able to attach itself to molecules called cannabinoid receptors on neurons in the brain and activate them. This disrupts various mental and physical functions. THC interfering with these can have extreme effects on a person, which leads me to the negative effects it has on a person's mental health. The CDC says that people who use marijuana are more likely to develop temporary psychosis and long-lasting mental disorders such as schizophrenia. It was found that the association between marijuana and schizophrenia is stronger for people who use marijuana frequently at a younger age. Marijuana has been linked to depression, social anxiety, and thoughts of suicide. I would like to bring up a story about a man named Zach. He started using marijuana to ease stress, and he did enjoy it. He even said, "It sounded like a great idea. I'd much rather be high than sober." A few months later, Zach ended up in the hospital for cannabis-induced psychosis. This caused him to lose touch of reality and experience hallucinations, delusions, and paranoia. Zach said, "I have thoughts of other people wanting to hurt me, thoughts of the only way of being safe was to end my own life." This true story was from an article in the CBN News. I would like to address the fact that marijuana can be addictive. Many people believe it's not, however, that is misguided. The CDC states that 10% that use are more likely to become addicted, and 3 out of 10 people who smoke are likely to also become addicted. The CDC also says that the younger you start smoking, the more likely you are to develop an addiction. A marijuana addiction can lead to using a large amount of it, craving it, continuing to use it despite social or relationship problems, and giving up on important activities in favor of using it. The more you use it, the more marijuana you need to use to experience the high feeling. The greater amount of THC, the stronger effects it will have on your brain, causing the addiction. Marijuana can cause long-term effects on your body as well, especially your heart. Problems like heart disease, risk of stroke, and other vascular diseases. The CDC said that most of the scientific studies linking to marijuana to heart attacks and strokes are based on reports from people who smoked marijuana. When using marijuana, your heartbeat will increase speed, which causes your blood pressure to be immediately higher after use. Overall, marijuana's negative effects on yourself outweigh the pros of it. We have to protect our brains, mental health, and heart health, and the youth from becoming addicted to this drug, which is more harmful than you would think. Using marijuana is dangerous, therefore it should not be legalized. Thank you.
So my first question is, can you just restate your value and criterion? real
Yes,
quick?
sorry. Okay, so our value was, our lens is safety and protection, and our criterion is preserving health.
Okay. Do you have a question? I'm just
Yeah,
writing this down.
okay. So, yeah, go ahead, sorry.
No, you're good. Would you agree that one of the main foundations of America is built on personal freedom and freedom in general?
Yes.
Then why not regulate and legalize marijuana where people have the choice? I feel like that's stripping them away of their freedom. Is if they're like getting put in jail for like marijuana and they're like told that it's not.
Well, it is like it's very dangerous, like, to your health, and it causes like multiple problems with like long-term effects, and like the drug dealing and all that sort of thing like causes it to.
Do you not agree that like the same thing happens with alcohol?
Yes, it does, but marijuana, like, it's different than alcohol, so like it can be, you can't like for alcohol you can see how much consumption that you need, and like marijuana you don't really know like how much tolerance your body can take.
I think if we regulate it and legalize it, obviously people will become more educated, and to be regulated, like you will learn at like how much you need to do, because like at dispensaries they have like if it's your first time, like they ask you and they like will walk you through it. And to go along with like the alcohol part, like alcohol does have also very negative side effects on the human body and mental disorder, which would be like heart disease, stroke. It's like there's like 6 different kinds of cancer. It's like mouth, throat, breast, liver, colon, and rectum cancer, and then also learning and memory problems. So I feel like legalizing and regulating the use of marijuana will also help from like keeping that safe.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question.
Yeah.
Okay, so the CDC says that the marijuana can cause distortion, unpleasant thoughts, anxiety, and depression. So why would we make this legal?
Because I feel like a lot of the time you risk those kind of symptoms whenever you take over-the-counter prescriptions or prescriptions from any other person that, like from like a physician. Like if you read it like on the side of a bottle, like one of the most common like antidepressants would be like Prozac, and Prozac has almost the exact same side effects of like either alcohol or marijuana use, like the dry mouth, fatigue, weight gain, like all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, like I think that like over-the-counter stuff isn't going to be like as like dangerous as marijuana would be, and like it can't be as abused as much as marijuana would be.
I would agree with that to an extent, but I feel like cough syrup and that kind of stuff, like people can take that in high increments to try to like subside the fact of that they can't get alcohol. No, okay.
Wait, are they gonna show us?
Is that good? So it's done.
Hi, my name is Lydia Worthing. Before I continue the second half of this debate, I'd like to start with some thank yous of my own. I'd like to thank my opponents, Lexi and Ava, for debating us today. I'd like to thank Mr. Naylor for teaching us how to debate, and I'd like to thank Pitt for giving us such a great topic this year. And last but not least, I'd like to thank my partner, Jocelyn, for putting this debate together with me once again. I will remind you, the audience, to keep seeing this debate through a lens of preserving personal freedoms and expanding opportunities. As my partner previously brought up, there are a lot of beneficial factors to using marijuana, hence why in Pennsylvania it is legal to be used as for medicinal purposes. I want to talk a little bit about Pennsylvania dispensaries. As of right now, PA medical marijuana is some of the most expensive marijuana in the US. For comparison, I will use one of America's most tolerant states, Colorado. In Colorado, 1 full ounce of average marijuana often sells to consumers for $190, whereas in Pennsylvania, that same weed sells for $500. And something even crazier is that people are still willing to buy. Which brings us to our second contention, the economic benefit of legalizing marijuana. First, I'd like to talk about the current marijuana prohibition and its costs. American marijuana prohibition entails for direct enforcement costs, including police, prosecutorial, judicial, and correctional resources. On a national level, in a recent report done by John Getman, estimated that the national criminal justice expenditures for simply enforcing marijuana laws is $7 billion per year, with $3.7 billion being allocated to police, $853 million to the courts, and $3.1 billion to corrections. Not only is that an insane amount of money going towards the prosecutions of a drug, but that's an insane amount of money going towards the prosecution of a drug that is already legal to use for recreational purposes in almost half of the states of the US. Legalization of marijuana can only be economically beneficial. Which brings us, economically beneficial. It offers tremendous financial benefits for state governments, and marijuana tax revenues can be allocated for social services and programs, funding education, school construction, early literacy, public libraries, bullying prevention, behavioral health, alcohol and drug treatment, veteran services, conservation, job training, conviction and expungement expenses, and the reinvestment in communities that have been disproportionately affected by the war on marijuana to begin with. By establishing regulated adult-use cannabis markets, state and local governments are able to tax cannabis sales and benefit economically by creating thousands of new jobs. So when it comes to legalizing marijuana from a purely economic standpoint, it makes total sense, wouldn't you say? Another possible reasoning for not legalizing marijuana from our opponents may be that it has a lack of support, but statistics show that that can't be anything but further from the truth. Which brings us to our final contention, the overwhelming majority support of the legalization. In a 2022 Gallup poll found 59% of support for legalizing marijuana among American adults, up from 12% in 1969, the first year of the polling company asked about marijuana. The poll first surpassed 50% support in 2011. Almost 200 million people agree that the legalization of marijuana is the route to go. And while this view has been known as a more progressive thought, there are again more studies that show that the split politically is not what it used to be. While Democrats, 73%, have been more likely to back legalization historically, 45% of Republicans overall agree with legalization. However, 62% of younger Republicans from ages 18 to 29 support legalization for recreational use. And using the previous statistic from above, the drug is only going to gain more and more support among the masses. So if the majority rules, why is it not ruling? The continued criminalization of marijuana can only go downhill from here. People want to use their liberties, and clearly, whether the government likes it or not, they're going to exercise those liberties, meaning more people in jail, more money spent on keeping them there, and more families being ripped apart because of the criminalization of a drug that does less harm than your average over-the-counter bottle of NyQuil. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ava Miller, and I want to start off with some thank yous. Thank you to Lexi for being my partner and helping me with this debate, and to my opponents Jocelyn and Lydia for opposing us. Thank you to Mr. Naylor and the University of Pittsburgh for making this debate possible. And lastly, thank you to the audience for being here. I want to remind you of our highest value in this debate, that being safety, as well as our lens of preserving health. We take these topics very seriously, and today I want to further inform you of how marijuana is bad for your health as well as other circumstances. I would like to begin by reiterating our first contention. Marijuana negatively affects yourself. My partner has listed the negative effects that it has on your brain health, mental health, and the risk of developing an addiction, and the risk of heart problems. Imagine you are a high school student, president of student council, valedictorian, and winner of multiple academic awards. But then you begin to start smoking marijuana with your friends. And before you know it, you rely on marijuana to make you feel good. You start to experience panic attacks, which leads you to being hospitalized and on medication. This is what high school student Chris has experienced. However, the medications did not help Chris. At 28 years old, Chris took his own life. This intelligent young man turned into someone paranoid and incoherent. There are too many stories like Chris's, all because of this dangerous drug. It has been proven to deteriorate major functions of your brain, including memory, emotions, coordination, etc. These are skills needed to maintain a healthy and successful life. Without them, it can be very difficult to live your life to the fullest. Our second contention is driving while under the influence of marijuana is very dangerous and even deadly. If you drive, I'm sure it'd be gotten to talk about no drinking and driving, but have you ever been told not to smoke and drive? It needs to be talked about. Driving while impaired by any substance is dangerous, but behind alcohol, marijuana is the most frequent reported drug in post-crash testing. This drug affects areas of the brain that control the body's movement, balance, coordination, memory, and judgment. It can slow reaction times and reduce the ability to make decisions of the time of urgency. Our opponents could make a point where driving drunk is illegal, but alcohol is legal. In no way am I saying driving drunk is okay, but here's a perspective. While drinking alcohol, you know what you are consuming and what it will do to your body. For example, 12 ounces of beer or 4 ounces of wine. While using marijuana, you will never know your limit until you have already consumed it. Some can say they are experienced, but according to goodhealth.com, marijuana gives you an effect where it can be a different feeling every time that it is used. Because marijuana use is on the rise for people in the U.S., this substance needs to be addressed by motor vehicle safety programs as well as put to an end. Moving on, we have our third contention. Using marijuana can act as a gateway drug. It is arguable that marijuana does not lead a person to use other more dangerous drugs like cocaine or heroin. However, it drives you to use other drugs, including alcohol and tobacco. You will gain a higher independence on these drugs and start to use them more frequently. Although the drug it's led doesn't attract you to stronger drugs, there is still a way for it to happen. Whether you are under the influence of anything, which can start with marijuana, you are not in the right mindset. Say you're at a party, you are high, and because of the high, you start drinking alcohol. Someone at the party is in the corner using heroin. They ask if you want any. They exclaim how good it makes them feel, and you are sold. Because of the disorientation of yourself, you start to try any other drug and develop those addictions as well. Even though most people don't further serious drug addiction, starting with marijuana, it is still possible. According to American Addiction Centers, over 1,000 Americans shared their past experience with substance abuse. Behind alcohol, marijuana came in second, with almost 20% of people using marijuana as their first substance out of 5 or more. Overall, the evidence I've given you leads you back to our value of safety and preserving health and people in this society. Marijuana is very dangerous and it needs to be recognized. Do you think that legalizing marijuana will open a gateway to more hard drugs?
I do not think that, no.
Why?
Because I feel like one drug does not mean it's going to immediately move on to another drug. I think that marijuana is separate from any other of the hard drugs, like heroin that you use, for example. But yeah, no, I don't think that will.
Can you agree that whenever you are under the influence of something, you are disoriented and not in the correct mindset, so you really can't tell what you are going to do when you are under the influence?
Yeah, but I feel like that could be something that's said about any kind of thing ever, like alcohol, like that you use, for example. I think that anything under the influences can have different outcomes. So, yeah.
Wouldn't legalizing marijuana cause an increase in DUIs?
I don't think so, because people are still illegally using marijuana just as much as.
But you do agree that it does cause DUIs?
It does, sure, yeah.
So why would
Anything
we-
under the influence
Why
causes
would we
DUIs.
legalize a benefit? If we do legalize it, more people are going to be using it, so why would we want that increase in DUIs?
I mean, it's just like any other DUI. Like, people are going to drink alcohol and drive, and people are going to smoke and drive. Like, it's.
Does that make it okay?
I mean, I'm just saying that you can't regulate that. But I'm going to ask you a question. Would you agree that legalizing marijuana can be beneficial economically?
I do, but at the same time, you mentioned all the money going into people that were in prisons through marijuana and stuff, and I do believe that they are committing a crime, so they deserve to be there for a reason, and if they are committing that crime, they're there for a reason, therefore that money is not going to waste.
What would you have to say about the racial differences when it comes to the negative effects on low-income communities? That would you agree that legalizing would decrease the amount of people arrested for marijuana possession?
Can you repeat that?
So what would you have to say about the war on marijuana and its effects on low-income communities? Like, would you agree that legalizing would decrease the amount of people being arrested for possession?
I mean, yeah, it would decrease the amount of people being arrested, but they're still doing it. Like, it doesn't, just because they're getting arrested or they're not getting arrested, it doesn't make a difference that they're still doing it and it's still causing harm to society.
Why is it that the majority agrees with the decriminalization, and this is still a discussion?
I think people that do it like to do it, even though they don't realize the health benefits that it does themselves, or the health, like, it does not make them healthy at all, and it can really deteriorate your health. And I think that, as you said, that a lot of the younger generation were saying that they should legalize it. It's only going to lead a bad future for our society by legalizing it.
So what would you have to say with cigarette users, like tobacco users, and people who drink alcohol? Would you agree that they also have the same liberty to choose whether or not they get to use it, but they also know the effects that it has on them?
Yeah, absolutely, but cigarettes aren't, you can't get a DUI for smoking a cigarette, you can't crash a car and kill someone for smoking a cigarette. And for alcohol, as I mentioned, you know your consumption that you're consuming and you do know your limits. As for the marijuana, the statistic I showed that some people, whenever they do smoke the marijuana, they don't know their limit and they don't know how they're going to feel after they do it. And if they are driving, then it's a completely different story than smoking a cigarette or drinking a glass of alcohol.
Would you say that if we were to legalize marijuana, don't you think that, and everyone knew more about marijuana, wouldn't you say that people would know more about their limits, and so there could be more education on whether or not you can handle so much?
Not really, honestly. I feel like if you legalize it or not, people still know what it is. And say we do legalize it, it's not like there's going to be so much more information out about what it is when it's already out there and people do know what it is. It's just not legal. So by legalizing, I don't think that the information on it will change and people will get that ability to experiment and see what is good for them, because it cannot, like, some people, it's just not good for them.
All right, let's go to the grand cross
Yeah, you guys can go first if you want. Do you think that it's possible for people to become addicted? Do you think that is possible for people to be addicted to marijuana?
I think that people can become addicted to a lot of different things, whether it's a dangerous thing or whether it's not. People can get addicted to a lot of different things, not just drugs and alcohol.
Well, that's bad to be addicted to a drug, so even if people do get addicted, it's not good.
I mean, just going along with like what Lydia said, obviously people can get addicted to anything, and so like another question that would like kind of counteract that would be like, would you agree that people that are like addicted to fast food, like, you know, like that kind of thing, like, either way it's bad.
Well, there's like a big difference between fast food and marijuana. Like marijuana causes like all these problems with your health. Fast food affects your health, but marijuana like literally makes you depressed. So
If like marijuana, people use it like for the mental health reasons. Like there are people that like use it for anxiety and depression. So I don't really see like that kind of point of view when people like use it for the mental health reasons. Is it okay if we ask a question? Going along with your lens of safety, why would it be more safe? Why would it not be more safe to regulate and control where the marijuana comes from?
Whether you legalize it or not, people are still going to get it from many different sources and different people. And whether it is legalized or not, people that can buy it like legally, they can still lace it and sell it to other people that say are minors and wouldn't be able to purchase like the marijuana. You can still lace it, like sell it to other people, and it can be very dangerous.
You could say that about anything, couldn't you?
What else would you lace, like other than drugs? Like a drink?
I'm saying that, like, when you said that there are kids getting things that are illegal for them to have, but it's still, like, they're able to get it whether or not it's legal or not. So,
Can you give me an example of that?
alcohol, for example, like, there are plenty of kids that
Like get roofied, I guess, get that kind of stuff like that. Like putting stuff like in a drink, and like people like obviously can't tell them. Like if something were to be put in your drink and then drink it, and then like that kind of side effect happens. But I guess like where I was kind of going with the question is our value is personal freedom. So I feel like regulating, opening it up for recreational use will allow people to have the option to go get it from a safe place. That's kind of where I was going with the value of safety, or with your value of safety. Like I was saying, like it would be more safe for people to have the option. If you guys have another question.
Wouldn't it be easier for younger people to get it?
I wouldn't say that necessarily, because like in my definition, obviously like you have to be like 21 or over. It's again, it all just comes down to the choice. I'm not like not saying that like that couldn't happen, but I feel like until it does or can become recreational, like it's kind of hard to say because like it happens anyway.
You just mentioned that like people sell alcohol to kids that aren't 21 and that are minors. Don't you think that they would do the same thing with marijuana if alcohol is such a problem?
I think people have like the misconception that it's not necessarily because you honestly can say that argument about anything. So whether it's legal or not, I mean people are still going to get it. So why not make it safe and more and regulated so we know how much people are getting and how much of people have it? Because marijuana in moderation is not dangerous like any other.
And like to kind of go along with that, if you go to a dispensaries, like you can't just like go in there and like buy the whole store. Like there is only a certain amount of each strain that you can purchase. And it's like per the one person. So unless like the one person, and it's for like a certain amount of time period. So unless the person were to like go in weekly, save their stash, lace it, go sell it, like it's kind of hard to like say like that kind of part. Like I feel like a lot of the time when people get like it's sold from like other places, one, it's not from the dispensary, even though it's advertised from that, it's probably homegrown, and like that person is doing it themselves. It's not like from the dispensary.
Did you just say marijuana's not dangerous, Lydia?
In moderation, it's not just like alcohol.
But we just listed three contentions why it is dangerous.
Yeah, that's in like stuff that's purely circumstantial. Like the reasons you listed are purely circumstantial to the point where people overconsumption. There's an overconsumption of marijuana.
All right, final focus here.
So as we've seen here, there isn't really all that much to say about keeping marijuana illegal. Me and my partner have shown time and time again that keeping marijuana criminalized can only be beneficial. People have the right to choose to use a drug that clearly in moderation is safer than even some over-the-counter medications. Our main point overall would have to be why not? Why, if there are 2,000 people that die per year from alcohol poisoning, are we restricting a drug that has yet to kill someone from dosage alone? I'd like to remind you that my partner and I's three contentions. The overall benefit of marijuana far outweighs any negative effects that are purely circumstantial. Not only is marijuana beneficial medically, but it has been proven only to boost states economically with an estimated increase in profit over $2.6 billion just this year. Not only is this just the logical thing to do, but it clearly has an overwhelming support. A recent survey done by CBS News finds that almost 66% of registered voters in PA support the legalization of recreational marijuana in the Commonwealth. So really my question is, what are we doing? Why is something that is so obviously in support by the people who have the right to pursue the pursuit of happiness being denied the liberty that is using a regulated safe drug? If we are cool with allowing thousands to die every year due to other liberties such as alcohols and gun violence, why are we so worried about a plant that has been proven to be staggeringly safer than either one of those two liberties? Thank you.
Drugs are illegal for a reason. My partner and I have shown you today multiple reasons as to why you should agree that marijuana should not be legalized for recreational purposes in Pennsylvania. We have stated three contentions with evidence to prove them true of harm of what legalizing this drug would be. My partner had brought up numerous reasons of how marijuana affects you and your body negativity, and I addressed the risks of driving under the influence and the increase of DUIs it would bring, with also touching on the fact that marijuana is indeed a gateway drug. We have met our lens of safety and protection and our criterion of preserving health by providing evidence supporting the fact that marijuana is harmful with our three contentions. We brought up multiple examples of young adults struggling from these harms of marijuana. By legalizing it, more and more instances of teens and young adults suffering from the negative effects like depression and anxiety that are caused by using this harmful drug will be happening. Problems with heart diseases, risk of stroke, and other vascular diseases that are very possible when using marijuana over a large period of time. The fact that THC can attach itself to receptors on the neurons in the brain and activate them, which disrupts various mental and physical functions, is dangerous enough. We have stated how marijuana would cause DUI rates to increase if made legal. However, even with marijuana being illegal, behind alcohol it is the most frequently reported drug found in post-crash testing. Marijuana affects areas of the brain that control the body's movement, coordination, balance, memory, and judgment. Therefore, it affects your ability to react in situations, especially when driving. Adding on, it can easily become a gateway drug for some people. For instance, it can lead to using alcohol or tobacco and even using harder drugs to get more of the high experience. We can prevent this by keeping marijuana illegal and not making it an easy access. We have found that according to American Addiction Centers, over 1,000 Americans share their past experience with substance use, and behind alcohol, marijuana came in second with almost 20% of people using marijuana as their first substance out of 5 or more. This proves that marijuana can be a gateway drug. We have met our lens better than our opponents by giving you statistics, evidence, and proof of how harmful this drug can be. By keeping it illegal, lives would be saved, and legalizing this drug might make a select few better. However, it might not work for all, and that's what is most important to our lens. Our opponent's lens is personal freedom, and their criterion is opportunities which have not been met. However, we have actually met their criterion better because of the opportunities you can do with your life, including jobs, a family, and a successful life without being addicted or having side effects of these drugs. Our opponents have said marijuana can reduce pain, but my partner and I have given statistics of how it can increase pain through the brain damage and negative effects it can do to your body, including psychosis, mental disorders, and suicidal thoughts. They have mentioned examples of side effects that are clearly bad. Jocelyn mentioned drugs like heroin and have also given these side effects, so why would we encourage it for things like marijuana? Continuing. Marijuana has never killed anyone, but I highly disagree due to the many car crashes and deaths that have happened through DUIs as well as suicides from being depressed while on marijuana. Our opponents have also brought up the use of a medical card. However, it's not the same thing as recreational marijuana. By having the ability to purchase marijuana at any time opens the opportunity to sell it to as many people as possible and giving them the opportunity to harm. Lydia has mentioned things about the financial statistics about marijuana, but I don't think we are wasting money whenever we are imprisoning people who have committed a crime. She has also mentioned large percentages of young adults are supporting this legalization of marijuana, which proves a point that it is only the beginning of a terrible future. Overall, my partner and I have met our value as well as our opponent's value better than our opponents. Thank you.
Real quick, as the bell rings, how many people are going with these guys made the better argument? How many people are going with these guys made the better argument? It's pretty good. I mean, that's a pretty fair split. All right, everybody. Thank you very much for sitting through that one. We've got one more before lunch, so we'll see everybody.
Test 1, 2.
Like if it comes with 8 licenses, yeah, I know. I'm not gonna have any. Hey, and get a mixture of like. You still need to get, I would try to get at least one little thing and so people that are watching, so people know what it is, you know what I'm saying? What do you mean? Well, if we're talking about like a debate, how would anybody know what it is? I don't know, just like a little one.
Just like a little clip of them debating?
Tiny footage, yeah.
Okay, well we haven't done that yet.
Yeah, you should do it now. You have all, you should do it now. Wait.
You want to sit on the other side of the board?
Let me see your phone once. Let me see your phone and turn it. Like, this is making me mad. I can't even get it.
So you want us to get like, what parts does it matter?
I can, but like, yeah, but I don't, this isn't gonna go in. Like, I don't know.
1, 2.
I guess we only have one more debate here. Ignorance is bliss. All right? And also,
is it good?
Schizophrenia is genetic. I have no idea. Enhanced schizophrenia if it runs in your family.
1, 2, check.
All right, I think we can get started here since we want to make sure we get this done within this time frame. All right, so if everybody can get ready, I'll just turn this right over to our MCs here so they can tell you a little bit about what the topic is, and then we'll introduce our arguers and get started.
Good morning. Welcome to the 11th annual CHS School-wide Debates.
Since 2013, students in the CHS Argument and Rhetoric class have conducted debates in front of the student body, and each year the topics are centered around a theme decided upon by teachers in the CHS program, which is run through the University of Pittsburgh.
This year's theme is, "The health of America depends on valuing personal beliefs over compromise."
The question is it better for our country, for individuals or groups, to stick to their guns and not give an inch, or is it better to find a middle ground?
Can anything really get done if we don't compromise? Will our big ideas lose their meaning if we change parts of them just to move forward?
Each of the debate topics today touch on this theme in one way or another. The next topic up for debate is, "Some views should be silenced."
On the pro side, we have Damon Mills and Avery Turek, and on the con side, we have Malia Hassler and Brad Campbell. Hello, I'm Avery Turek, and I would like to begin with a few thank yous. I would like to thank my partner, Damon Mills, for preparing this debate with me, Malia and Brielle for debating against us, the University of Pittsburgh for providing us with this opportunity, and you, the audience, for watching us today. Throughout this debate, I would like to ask you to view this through the lens of acting with respect and keep in mind that our highest value is compassion. Compassion can be defined as the feeling that arises when you are confronted with another's suffering and feel motivated to relieve that suffering, according to the University of California. I would like to begin this debate by asking you to keep in mind that we are not stating that people shouldn't have the right to their own opinions. We believe that people can have whatever opinions they feel are right. We also do not believe on infringing on those First Amendment rights. The problem with today's world is that everyone believes that they have the right to express their opinion and others have to listen to it. Brian Cox. This leads me to our first point. There are already limitations on freedom of speech. According to Britannica, these include incitement. There are already parts of free speech that are not protected from government restrictions. These include incitement, which is the action of provoking unlawful behavior or urging someone to behave unlawfully, defamation, which is the action of damaging the good reputation of someone or slander, fraud, obscenity, child pornography, fighting words, and threats. Think about all the suffering that could have been prevented if certain opinions didn't have platforms. I have a few more quotes to share with you today. You have to deny, and push back on these women. If you admit to anything and any culpability, then you're dead. You've got to be strong. You've got to be aggressive. You've got to push back hard. You've got to deny anything that's said about you. Never admit. When discussing the Me Too movement, which is a movement that was against sexual harassment, sexual abuse, and rape culture. 26,000 unreported sexual assaults in the military, only 238 convictions. What did these geniuses expect when they put men and women together? These were both made by the 45th President, Donald Trump. Should people who openly say things that can be this offensive or even more offensive be given the type of platform that he was, or any platform at all? These are both things that were said before he was even elected president. Is this how we as Americans want to be viewed? As disrespectful and insensitive people, which is only put on bigger display on social media platforms. This leads me to my next point. Places like social media have the right to take away platforms from disrespectful or offensive content. Content that is damaging, private, infringing, or otherwise unlawful can be removed. We see this all the time. According to the Washington Post, between the months of April and June of 2020, Facebook deleted 7 million posts that were spreading misinformation about COVID-19. In this same time period, they also labeled 98 million posts stating that they had misleading information about COVID-19. Private companies have the right to show what views that they want to. Just because you write a letter to the New York Times, they aren't required to publish it in their letter to the editor. According to the Oxford Dictionary, the definition of hate speech is abusive or threatening speech or writing that expresses prejudice on the basis of ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation, or similar grounds. We shouldn't want to make other people feel bad. This isn't something that we should be proud of. We as Americans have fought for centuries for equality, whether it was equal rights for women, people of color, or members of the LGBTQIA+ community. By publicly alienating people of these groups or any other groups that have been discriminated against, we have no possibility of moving forward. We will always be stuck in the past, which is not something that we should be proud of. We have the responsibility as humans to respect those around us and not go out of our way to hurt other people. I would like to leave you all with a question. Just because we are given the right to freedom of speech, does that mean that everyone else has the responsibility to listen to what you have to say? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Malia Hassler, and I'd like to start out by giving a few thanks. First and foremost, I would like to give a huge thanks to my partner Brielle for preparing this debate with me, Damon and Avery for opposing us today, Mr. Naylor for preparing us for these debates, the University of Pittsburgh for providing us with this opportunity, and of course all of you for coming out here and listening to us today. To suppress free speech is a double wrong. It violates the rights of the hearer as well as those of the speaker, Frederick Douglass. We agree with this quote as it negates with the resolution that some views should be silenced. Silence being defined as to prevent someone from expressing their views or from criticizing someone, Cambridge University. Our value is freedom, and we ask that you view this debate through the lens of protecting human rights. According to Cambridge University, freedom is defined as the condition or right of being able to do, say, or think whatever you want without being controlled or limited. This leads me to our first contention. It's a fundamental American right to exercise freedom of speech, as it's protected in the First Amendment of the Constitution. According to California State University of San Marcos, freedom of speech is the right of a person to articulate opinions and ideas without interference or retaliation from the government. Everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression. That right includes freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media and regardless of frontiers. Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights from the United Nations. Freedom of speech can take many forms, such as words of expression, clothing choice, protest, etc. It doesn't include any speech that is considered a true threat to an individual. Once any type of physical harm is introduced, it's automatically not protected as part of the First Amendment. Other instances would be any incitement to violence or illegal activity or any type of harassment. Harassment being defined as illegal behavior towards a person that causes mental or emotional suffering by Cambridge University again. Libel and slander, both types of defamation, are also not protected, as they are false statements that purposely try to damage someone's reputation. Hate speech differs from defamation because hate speech is solely opinion-based and can never be proven true or false. According to the American Library Association, hate speech is protected by the First Amendment and is immune to any censorship or punishment by the government. The UN states that there is no universal definition of hate speech to date in terms of international human rights law, as many interpret differently. They defined it as offensive discourse targeting a group or individual based on inherent characteristics that may threaten social peace. The court identifies a loose guarantee of freedom for the thought we hate. The Foundation for Individual Rights and Education stated that the Supreme Court has fought the government in any attempt to limit hate speech. They recognize that if we start to limit any type of free speech, it could start to affect other areas too, which could strip Americans of their rights and damage our democracy. Once we start silencing views, we are controlling people's thoughts and ultimately the individual themselves.
themselves. We as citizens not only have a right to speak, but we also have the right to react how we want towards any type of speech. We can protest back, question it, stay silent, or simply even ignore it. Freedom of speech is a powerful tool that some Americans take for granted. It's an advantageous right that we must put in use in order to maintain stability within the country. In countries like China and North Korea, you can simply be thrown in jail for speaking out against the government, even if done in a peaceful manner. Just about every American would go to jail at some point if this was a common practice in the United States. It may be hard to believe, but free speech is even limited in Canada. Can you imagine getting punished for exercising your right as a human being to hold opinions and be able to express them the way you choose? It's extremely unjust to limit free speech and tell someone they are prohibited from practicing the law our founding fathers chose to protect for us. It's a natural-born right to have your own opinion and be able to express it. Freedom of speech is written into the First Amendment for a reason. It's a major priority and something that Americans should focus on using more. Again, our founding fathers recognized that limiting any free speech is an insult in itself to people, and there is never a situation when a person may tell another what they are and are allowed to think, say, or be. We should be standing up to censorship, as it harms the stability of future generations by suppressing our people's rights. Free speech is meaningless unless it tolerates the speech that we hate. Henry Hyde, thank you. Can you repeat your opening claim?
Just that there are already parts of freedom of speech that are limited.
So, as you stated, you don't want to limit people's free speech, right?
Not more than it already is. You're already not allowed to say a lot of things. It's not like this is a new thing.
So, I don't really understand how your lens is respecting people, because silencing someone's view isn't respecting their right to speech.
I think that ours is more referring to not using hate speech and respecting people as actual people, not if there's no reason to be racist or homophobic or sexist, there's no reason to put that publicly out there. It's not something that you should be proud of.
I'm not saying that's okay, and I'm not agreeing with any of those opinions, but I feel like they still have a right to express that, and if they don't put that view out there, then other people aren't able to argue back against that and prove that what they're saying is wrong.
Well, what Damon is going to go into more is like the harms of what saying things like that is, so he'll get more into that. If hate speech affects our peace as a society, why should we allow it to be spread on platforms?
Well, that's their definition, but we believe that we should be able to take the opinions of good and bad and put them together and be able to grow as a society by having those different opinions put out there. And Brielle will get more into that.
But is hating someone over something that they can't control really an opinion that should be put out there?
Well, it's not
really
technically harming them until they are exerting violence on them, and that's not protected speech. I mean, words can hurt too, but you can ignore words and you can walk away from that. You can't physically go away from someone like punching you.
I feel like you could walk away from that too. That's not really a valid point. You could walk away from someone punching you.
I mean, if someone's physically attacking you, you can't walk away like you could words. You could simply ignore words. You'd have to put up a fight too. Would you rather live in North Korea or America?
America.
So wouldn't you say that the main reason of that is due to freedoms, specifically like freedom of speech?
Again, we're not saying that you shouldn't have the right to your own opinion. Again, like this isn't really, the prompt isn't really the government at all. They should be silenced. That doesn't have to be the government. That could be social media.
Well, what do you
platforms.
define as silencing then? Who's doing that?
Social media,
like,
anyone.
How can you say that someone on social media can silence a view and a peaceful protest in like the streets? Because they can't.
They don't have to post it. They can take down whatever they want to. That's a
well,
private
social media
company.
is different. We're referring to the government. The
But
social
it
media
doesn't talk
platform,
about
like,
the government.
if Elon Musk wants to take down a Twitter comment that's offensive, that's his choice. But he can't go out into the streets and silence people because I don't know what you mean by silencing.
Not showing the
opinion. Silencing by, again, you have the right to believe whatever you want. You have the right to feel however you feel is right. But that doesn't mean that everyone else needs to see it or needs to hear about it, because there's no reason to disrespect those for things they can't control.
How we doing out there, Bellwood? Warm in my heart. I want to start off with a couple thank yous. I want to thank Mr. Naylor for making this debate possible, and I know that he knows that already. And I want to thank the school, Bellwood, for educating all of us, so thank you, Bellwood. And thank you to Brielle and Malia for going up against us, and my partner, Avery, for helping me stay alive throughout this debate. So I'm gonna get into this debate here with a little quote by a man named Mike Leach. Freedom of speech should be wide open as long as it doesn't incite violence. Okay. I want to reinstate the idea that we're not putting high levels of censorship upon one's right to freedom of speech. We are not saying that there should be any forms of denial to one's First Amendment rights, but what we are saying is that one's rights to freedom of speech should not be used in a manner to attack an individual based on their ethnicity, religion, sexuality, etc. Violence is not a broad term. It is an attack upon one's physical or mental state intended to hurt, damage, or even kill. Now, we aren't saying that words kill, or are we? When states enact hate crime laws, the rate of suicide attempts among high school students drops significantly, and not just among sexual and gender minority students, but also among heterosexual students as well, according to the research published by American Psychological Association. Now you may ask, how can something like this be measured? Suicide attempts were measured by asking, during the past 12 months, how many times did you actually attempt suicide? Response options included 0 times, 1 time, 2 or 3 times, 4 or more times, or 5 or 6 or more times. For the entire survey period, approximately 8.6% of students reported 1 or more suicide attempts in the year prior to completing the survey, and that was heterosexual students and non-minority groups. More importantly, a recent study in 2018 stated that suicide attempts among students who identified as gay, lesbian, or questioning had over a 25% rate of attempt. And the test also took interest in the idea, what about states with laws enacted against hate speech and hate crime? A more recent study showed a not so surprising statistic that suicide rates dropped nearly 16% as a whole in states that had these laws enacted. Moving to my next point, you can say some pretty crazy things that are in line with the Constitution, which includes encouraging someone to commit suicide, white nationalists, and neo-Nazis that are able to march through the town of Charlottesville, Virginia. And if you're interested, you can join the Ku Klux Klan and become a member that decries Jews and African Americans, like I said, if you're interested. If you're wondering why these are all listed, it's because all 3 of these subjects have been argued in the Supreme Court in multiple cases, including a Ku Klux Klan member in Ohio, the Nazi marches in Charlottesville just recently back in 2017, and a case where the resolution was overturned in 2019 where the debate of a nurse encouraged 2 patients to commit suicide in Minneapolis. Freedom of speech is commonly used as a by-law access to abuse individuals who are commonly already hurting, such as minority groups, and is claimed to be just an opinion. But what is one opinion from another, and what truly makes them differ? One's opinion might be that they like flowers, but another believes that white people are superior or that individuals should die on the color of their skin. What truly makes an opinion different? By law, our opponents are stating that there is somehow a difference between one's individual right to tell someone to hurt themselves versus telling someone that they want to hurt them. There is no difference, and realistically, words do hurt, physically and mentally. People suffer daily from verbal abuse that is, by law, okay, The CDC states that bullying behavior and suicide-related behavior are closely related. Commonly, you hear stories about kids our age killing themselves based on the way that they've been treated within their lifetimes, within their households, within their schools, and within our own hallways. Verbal abuse has no place in schools, households, or social media, and regardless of who you are, I believe that we can all agree that words of some do not deserve a platform to spread their ridicule and hatred. Hitler sure didn't deserve a platform, and look what happened when he was granted power to spread his beliefs, and neither did Stalin. Our opponents are going to come up here to the mic and tell you all the things you want to hear about how you're going to get what you want with this freedom of speech and how it does not actually hurt individuals, but the reality is words hurt more than feelings. More than just you or me, but the lives of those who have been taken due to bullying, verbal abuse, and just plain mental abuse through the use of language overall. Keep language alive, but kill the hate individuals give. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brielle Campbell, and I would like to begin by giving a few thanks. Thank you to my partner Malia for working with me on this debate, Avery and Damon for debating against us, Mr. Naylor for leading and organizing everything, Mr. Schreier for permitting our use of the auditorium today, the University of Pittsburgh for giving us the opportunity to debate in class and here on stage, and finally, you, the audience, for joining us. I'll begin by restating that we are here to negate the resolution that some views should be silenced. Our highest value in this debate is freedom, and we ask that you view this debate through the lens of protecting human rights. Whoever would overthrow the liberty of a nation must begin by subduing the freeness of speech. Benjamin Franklin. Contention 2. People need to be free to voice their opinions so we can learn and grow as a society. Think about the history classes you've taken and some of the harsh topics that were covered in class. Issues like slavery, women's rights, past wars. Do you think these issues were resolved all based on overall agreement, kindness, and silence? No, they were resolved through extreme debate and controversy, uncomfortable situations, the harsh opinions of many, and so many people speaking out for what they believe. Our society would be nothing without freedom of speech. Take our founding fathers, for example. I can only imagine the hours of seemingly unending debate and opinions that were shared between them when writing the Declaration of Independence. According to the National Constitution Center, it took 17 days to write the Declaration of Independence. Then, when it came to the Constitution, the Constitutional Convention began on May 25th, 1787, and ran until September 17th, 1787, 116 days in total. Taking this length of time on these extremely influential documents shows how important freedom is to this country. America was built on freedom, the freedom to share and receive others' opinions so we can grow as a democratic society. Referring back to the quote by Benjamin Franklin, he talked about how the liberty of a nation can be overthrown if we try to control the freedom of speech. Liberty can be defined by the Oxford Dictionary as the state of being free within society from oppressive restrictions imposed by authority on one's way of life, behavior, or political views. The second anyone starts oppressing speech is the second we lose our liberty. If leaders especially are trying to silence their people, then the society could turn into a communistic dictatorship. The people have no choice at that point but to conform to the society if they don't want to be cast out. So in order to learn and grow as a democratic country, we simply cannot silence the views of the people. Contention 3. There is no one person who should have the authority to define what is offensive or acceptable. Abuses of the freedom of speech ought to be repressed, but to whom are we to commit the power of doing it? Benjamin Franklin. This quote by Benjamin Franklin perfectly summarizes our points in this contention. We acknowledge that there are people who abuse their right of free speech, but that doesn't mean that the right should be stripped from everyone because of those few people. We also recognize that hate speech should never be encouraged, but we also respect the rights of the people to have their views and be able to express them. The 2020 World Report on North Korea from the Human Rights Watch gives an overview on North Korea's regimes and how oppressive their government is. North Koreans do not have any sort of rights to free expression, and this shows in the marginalized groups that have been created because of that. The people are separated into classes including loyal, wavering, and hostile, where the lower classes are heavily discriminated against. Women and girls especially suffer from widespread gender discrimination and high levels of sexual violence and harassment. Now, we understand that this is a very extreme example, but it does prove that the repression of speech and of overall freedom does little to no good for a country and can even increase levels of discrimination and oppression. Thank you.
So I want to ask you the question. If suicide rates have been proven to have a correlation between states with hate laws enacted, then how do these hate laws and hate speech laws damage one's right to freedom of speech? And if so, is someone's ability to say slurs more important than someone's life?
I think someone's ability to say slurs in someone's life doesn't always correlate, because with your right to free speech, you have the right not to listen.
But the correlation has been connected that in states where hate laws are enacted, suicide rates are 16% lower. So obviously the correlation is there that states which have the ability to say these things, obviously it's more damaging.
Well, I just don't agree with those laws, because I don't believe we should be repressing that freedom of speech that people have. And again, like, the people don't necessarily have to be listening to what these people are saying.
You don't agree with these laws, even though it's saving, kids in our classrooms' lives every day.
I understand that it could be what's saving lives, but also there could be just a correlation between these people just not listening. So for limiting this free speech, and just in general, not even just on these like suicide things, who is responsible for limiting it? Who are you giving this power to?
I give it mostly to social media platforms, giving the ability to take down posts. As we've seen, give ability to, even school districts. Like, we have situations in our school where racism and just like sexism happens. And I just don't feel like as much is done as it could be.
So how do you choose who is worthy enough, who is good enough to decide these laws, and what is bad speech or what is wrong to say?
I feel like hate speech can be interpreted differently based on who you are, but I believe that obviously there shouldn't be these crazy restrictions where people should be able to say just basic words in dictionaries or basic speech that I just don't feel like. I believe mostly with slurs and mostly with, mostly slurs.
But Malia did say that hate speech is a protected form of speech under the First Amendment, and so these people should be having the right to say these things, because hate speech is technically, what's illegal is libel and slander and defamation, which are specifically false statements, but this hate speech is just specifically opinions and not shared by everybody.
But I'm confused because, as I mentioned once again, there is a correlation between deaths and this hate speech that you're talking about. So why are we prioritizing hate speech over the lives of kids our age? And especially the suicide rates were prevalent in 12 to 16-year-olds, and even especially in 16 to 24-year-olds, which are the groups that are in school, that are in colleges and in universities.
We're not prioritizing hate speech, we're prioritizing the overall freedom of speech.
But you really are prioritizing hate speech if you're choosing that we can have words like this be spoken over the lives of those who have been taken due to these. We have a question, all right. Okay, so our first question for this grand crossfire is, as we've seen in past years, the U.S. has taken down multiple statues based on their historical links to racism. How is this any different than taking away speech or slurs that has been directly linked to suicide rates and causing an influx in these rates?
So the statues, I guess, that we've just over time, these people don't have the right to speak for themselves anymore, and so I don't know if we necessarily agree with taking down these statues because they had that. Well, I guess it's whenever you're idolizing these people is when it becomes an issue, but we have to allow all forms of speech to be said so people can fight against that, and the people now that are speaking this way, we have the opportunity to speak against that.
But I feel like no matter what you're doing,
One of these statues, what's an example?
of statues that have been taken down. The Confederate soldier, many other examples. I mean, my big point is of all this is, I mean, we're taking down these statues, and these are from hundreds of years ago, whenever times were obviously very different. But we're taking these statues down, but we're not going to ban the speech that is currently going on today on our social media platforms like Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. We're not even banning it in most of our schools, where schools aren't even enforcing some of these things.
We're not specifically talking about just social media. We're just saying in general, it's not right to take someone's right away. They have an opinion and you don't have to listen to that.
I know, but I mean, you don't have to listen to it, but the statistics have shown that some people obviously do listen to it, and some people obviously are hurt by this, showing as people commit suicide daily based on this.
How do you think minority groups and women got their rights and freedom? Don't you think it was through freedom of speech? Like, how do you think minority groups got their rights?
It was through freedom of speech, but that's also not harming people. Women gaining rights should not have and would not have harmed someone to the point of suicide or something like that. And these are problems that we shouldn't still be fighting for. We shouldn't still have to say you shouldn't call someone a slur. That's something that should have been determined already.
So do you think that most, if not all, hate speech or hate groups should be silenced and should be taken
I think that you have no right to tell someone to kill themselves off the color of their skin. What gives you the right to do that over their life?
So actually there's like leaders such as Malcolm X in the past, in the 1960s and 70s, who were out like against the white America in their fight for civil rights, and they even contemplated violent resistance, and they were heavily surveillanced by the FBI and were named a hate group. And so what would you have to say about that when they're just fighting for their civil rights, but just to almost overshadow what's going on, the FBI called them a hate group?
I mean, there's obviously a clear difference. In the society that we live in now, there's a clear difference between hate speech and hate groups, which leads me to my next point, which is why should some groups have the ability to freedom of speech and freedom of protest? Like, I mean, I mentioned it earlier, like the neo-Nazis that were marching in Charlottesville back in 2017. This was very, very recent, and I mean, it could happen today and people don't care. KKK groups could march downtown, and as long as they're not killing people, it doesn't affect anybody, but the reality of it is they still incite violence.
So we found this thing called the spiral of silence, and if you think your opinion is the unpopular one, people tend to be discouraged from speaking out. And if we let these so-called hateful groups like never express their opinions, then they're never gonna learn that what they're saying is wrong, and people won't be able to encourage that anymore.
I feel like people know what's wrong. People know that you shouldn't
but
be
how
racist.
how do they do? Like
Because that's
they
an
know it's wrong
accepted
because it's been
fact at this
spoken,
point.
and people have argued over
We've
it.
already done this. Like, we don't need to, like, there's no need to do this all again, because we've...
So do you think our society won't be progressing anymore from where it's at right now? Because the only way we progressed in the past was because of this freeness of speech and because of these possibly harmful or hateful opinions, and that's the only way we moved past that. Because in the past, so many people thought racism and not having women's rights was okay.
I mean, we had over 1,900 years with it. I mean, of the 2,000 years that we've lived in, at least 1,960, because I believe it was in the 1960s, 1950s, around that area, that like racism and especially segregation and stuff like that was banned. We've had over 1,900 years of racism that we've seen throughout our lifetimes. And I'm not saying that life won't go on and life won't continue and we won't still relearn things, and things may be very different from years from now. But what I'm saying is that we've had all this experience, and you're telling me that we still can't learn something from it and take those examples and put it into our modern day society?
I was going to bring up a new point, so.
All right, let's go on to final protest then.
Okay. Whew. now that it's heated, here we go. I want to start my conclusion with a quote. Addressing hate speech does not mean limiting or prohibiting freedom of speech. It means keeping hate speech from escalating into something more dangerous, particularly incitement of discrimination, hostility, violence, which is prohibited under national law. United States Secretary General Antonio Guterres, May 2019. They tried to say throughout this whole debate that we were saying about banning hate speech, but we never stated ever about banning speech at all. I mean, our point is not to strip anybody's First Amendment away, but to obviously kill the speech that's within, taking lives daily. We're not saying to take one's right to freedom of speech, but we are reinstating the idea that freedom of speech should not have the right to abuse other individuals based on their life experience or circumstances. Avery stated throughout her portion of the debate, the topic of social media and some examples of individuals who clearly abuse their power to use such platforms and express the limitations that are already in place on freedom of speech. While I described the troubles and overwhelming correlations between hate speech and suicide attempts, including the statistic that states with enacted hate act laws have dropped their suicide rates significantly, over 16% actually. Overall, speech does have a negative effect, and we can't act as though it doesn't. Speech grants individuals power, and power is great, but the abuse of power has become transparent throughout individuals in our history. Our opponents have stated, they stated that fundamental right is, it's power, time and time again. And if speech affects this peace, society, why should we allow hate speech to be spread on platforms overall? Their value is freedom, and their criterion is protecting human lives. But the truth is, when it comes to hate speech and its behavior, we must take compromise over taking personal beliefs, especially when it comes to health, which is the point of this debate, prioritizing health. When it comes to hate speech and its behavior, we must make compromise. Freedom of speech is great, but it does have standards and expectations, same as weapons do and same as anything else does. I want to finish this debate with a quote by one of my favorite artists, Ice Spice. Here we go. If you know it, come along. Here we go. What's the point of crying? Was it even love? Did you ever want me? Or was I ever good enough? The boy's a liar. The boy's a liar. Which states exactly my point that words hurt. How are we supposed to advance as a society if we can't even advance as individuals? And they were talking about how speech within the past years, overall, it's just, we've learned so much from these past 1900, 2,000 years that we can enact it today and actually put it into law and put it into perspective for others to come in the future. Thank you.
I prefer dangerous freedom over peaceful slavery, Thomas Jefferson. I'd like to reiterate the points of my teammate and I. Again, our utmost value is freedom, and our criterion is protecting human rights. In Contention 1, we stated that freedom of speech is a fundamental American right protected in the First Amendment of the Constitution, and it's not something that should be tampered with. We must let people say what they want simply because it's a human right to hold opinions and express them. Our founding fathers prioritized the idea of free speech and decided to protect it. If we control free speech, we're essentially limiting thought and furthermore the individual themselves. We went on to state in Contention 2 that in order to learn and grow as a society, we must allow people to be free to voice their opinions. In our past, it's taken the effort of kind and harsh opinions combined to progress ahead as a country. This can be seen through the issues such as women's rights, slavery, and war. If we don't allow freedom of speech, we'll fall at the feet of an oppressive government full of hostilities as well as a power-hungry leader. George Washington once stated, "If freedom of speech is taken away, then dumb and silent we may be led to like sheep to the slaughter." In Contention 3, we established that it's unjust to let one person have the authority to create the defining line of what's offensive and what's acceptable. We understand that there are people who will abuse their rights to freedom of speech, but we cannot take this right away from the millions upon millions who actually use it to make an impact. How can leaders make everyone happy if people aren't allowed to express what they want to them? If a single person has control over what's allowed to be put out, the country will be reflected by the leader's views only. The suppression of freedom of speech in countries like North Korea has led to great discrimination, sexual violence, and harassment towards women and people of lower class. We met our value because freedom is a concrete concept, while compassion is interpretive and everyone has a different meaning of it. Damon and Avery stated that their highest value in this debate is compassion, but what country was built on compassion? History is ugly. We created the peaceful society we are today through the uncomfortable situations and hardships of our past. It's our history, whether we like it or not. It's not perfect, but in all honesty, what is? It gets to a point where kindness won't make the same type of impact conflict will. Compassion in their case is one-sided. They're only showing compassion towards one side of the argument. Whoever they're choosing to silence is clearly not going to be happy. They ask you to view this debate through the lens of acting with respect, but we don't find it respectful to strip people of their natural-born right to freedom of speech by silencing their views. If we didn't consider the opinions of all, we wouldn't be the America we are today. Limiting people's opinions is only going to limit the potential of our future. If you silence a hateful opinion, as Avery and Damon mentioned, the opposing side won't be able to argue back and show them that what they are spreading is hateful, especially in cases with groups like the KKK. They also stated that verbal abuse is exercised through free speech, but according to our definitions, that's not protected speech. As Jay-Z once said, we can't change people through conversation. We change people through conversation, not censorship. Avery said that this debate isn't about government, but I can say right back that it isn't about social media or solely hate speech either. The prompt does not only account for hate speech, it accounts for all views and the silencing of views in general, and the possibility of American people losing their freedom this way is terrifying. American free speech is unique and advanced. It's the most unconfined form of personal free speech to exist. This is one of the many reasons why Americans are viewed as the successful, wealthy country they are. The foundation of our country was built on the contributions of millions of different people's opinions and ideas. If we start limiting any type of free speech, all forms will slowly be limited, which will result in the suffering of not only individuals, but the country as a whole. Again, we're absolutely not prioritizing hate speech. We're prioritizing speech in general. Our partners only talked about hate speech, but in all honesty, hate speech is just a minor part of free speech. Damon said that they're not for hindering free speech, but silencing is in fact limiting it. Short words can hate and hurt, but words are more powerful than nothing at all. The strongest weapon against hateful speech is not repression, it's more speech. Barack Obama, thank you.
So, for those of you that are left, how many people are going to go with the pro side and say some views should be silenced? And the con side, which says some views should not, or views should not be silenced. This was a pretty good example of compromise versus sticking to your personal beliefs. So, in about a minute, the bell's going to ring for lunch. Thank you, everybody, for being such a good audience in the morning. I guess we'll see you in the afternoon for those of you that are coming back.
Girls, made your American history teacher proud.
That's all I ask.
Wow, you really got them with that.
What do you mean by that?
What last name?
That's because of you didn't sign.
Yeah, hey, you guys are debating. Go there to a lunch. Come up on stage. I'll get you a rally while you're still.
No, it's not the word last year. I don't think
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, actually, can we do
All right, you guys.
Stop.
Let's go on up.
Like, just
Everybody, you're like MC or
Just tune them out.
Wait, I didn't even hear that part.
I know, it was basically about spice and daisy. Are you not getting power, or are you concerned you're not getting...
I can't even tell. It's like I think it's plugged in, but there's so many things surrounding it between, like to get the cord from here down to where you have to plug it in at. One of these iPhone cords, it's like I can't tell. I think it is. I might work out.
Let me get in one too.
Olivia, I can't see what Alright, ready? 3, 2, 1. Taylor, your camera broke. Okay, now it should work. 3, 2, 1. There you go.
Let me jump into one of them.
In the middle.
So it's got this one.
Lay it right in the middle.
Yeah, and I figure everybody keeps on thanking me, so I might as well like jump in here.
Thank you, Mr. Naylor.
Alright, we're good.
Super duper.
I know.
I think we're, hey, we're gonna go back to my classroom. So if you're going to the cafeteria, the bathroom side, or whatever, have you thought about yeah, we only have a bunch of groups around. I think you handled it really well.
Oh, that was really good.
She said, she was like, you're making our American history teacher proud. It's so cute. But it's like the words. No. I just like, I'm glad I didn't like, right, I'm glad I didn't start or anything. Like, it could have been worse, and it could have been different. Like, it could have gone better than the way that it was. You know what I mean? It could have been better than we could have had the floor over time. Exactly. Like, if we just had a chance to not totally flip the conversation and get a word in, where it's like, that's what we were gonna bring up at the end, but I was like, oh, I didn't even answer his question, you know? And
sure it was iPhone. The last iPhone I owned was a 6S. Pretty sure. Okay. I mean, I do have a. Okay. I was just going to say, I mean, I will be using an Apple device here soon. So, like I said, I got an iPad and I'll be using that iPad. So I'll be using an Apple device. It would be easier to work on that. No, I do not have an iPhone. I only have an iPad. Okay. I believe, well, it is a work iPad, so a lot of information is saved at least within our own system. So like my work stuff related to that. What I care most about are my App Store purchases and my iTunes purchases, because I can download that. I mean, I'm not too concerned about the data that was on a previous phone. I care mostly that my iTunes account and my app previous app purchases, I can just download them through the Apple Store onto my work iPad. Does that help you? Correct. Yes, but in order for me to I should, yeah, I have an email
Yes, I am. So is this man right here. Both of them, actually. No.
What are you guys debating? Abortion? When? Now? Wait, right now? 12:59. Okay, I'll be there. All right. Glad to hear. Sure. Press the red button. Hello?
Yeah. Let's go.
So, I might bring the whole box of pizza up here with me. It's just
Check.
I'm just eating along typing.
So, contention 2. There are many other solutions to an unplanned pregnancy than killing an innocent life. First contention is not only abortion is harmful to the living human being in the womb, it is also harmful to the mother. That is our first contention. If you take nothing from this debate, please remember this one quote from the well-beloved book, Horton Hears a Who. Don't give up. I believe in you all. A person's a person, no matter how small. Thank you.
Then the crowd erupts in the. No, I don't think anyone's going to be clapping for this debate.
I will. Especially after I explain the abortion process and how they crush the head of the baby and tear it apart.
I don't.
I'll start cheering. Please, I do not. Jason, what if I start crying up there? Would that be a good thing?
Yeah.
Of course you'd say yes. You'd probably find it nice.
So we'd have it here. How loud do we have to talk for it to?
Kind of soft-spoken individual, just like normal.
Yeah, but my normal is either really quiet or really loud.
Be fairly loud, but push it like a little away from the mic.
Okay, so kind of like this, but I also like how my name's still Danielle. I haven't changed that bit. Also, I don't speak because he's on the phone. We kind of should have asked him first.
That's not one of the Jen's questions. Would you agree that abortions would still be harmful after it's made legal? Yeah, it's always unsafe.
Okay, so it should be, yes, abortions are always harmful, no matter legal or illegal. And then from that, he'll say, do you think, he'll probably say something like, okay, so then why make it illegal when it could be safely done? And then to that I'll respond, it cannot be safely done. That is why we are making it illegal partially. Well,
That is part of why we're making
yeah.
it illegal.
It's not just about, because their concern is about the mother, our concern is about the child.
Their concern
Yes. They don't give a fuck.
about after, like the child's life after.
No, they don't care, because the whole point of an abortion is to protect the mother.
Yeah.
Whether it be financially, whether it be physically, whether it be psychologically, it's for the mother, based off of our debate.
Keep the pizza up there the whole time.
I will. I'll bring a few slices. Hello? Is that today?
Yeah.
What?
Pull out of there, it's like a little black box.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
I think we just left it on.
Well, we're the con, so we got a second, right? I'll rate my stance.
You're not gonna be able to see your curves, so. Dude,
If I
you
do a
can,
light though.
dude, they can't see anything right here, so you could like literally stand like this.
I'm gonna try and add like some humor into it with the way, but no. I was like, alright, so. I'm gonna look up some like abortion, anti-abortion. Some abortions to play it. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah, buddy.
The Adopt a Mom program is a platform for churches, organizations, and philanthropists to empower abortion-minded women to confidently choose life for their babies. Let Them Live matches Adopt the Mom sponsors to a specific mom that is experiencing a crisis pregnancy. Sponsorship is a long-term commitment of supporting her financially, spiritually, and tangibly through her entire pregnancy. How does it help?
Now for my second contention. What is considered a human? I've addressed this slightly in my last contention, but I'll elaborate more on it now. So there's a couple things that need to be in place to be human. You must be alive and must have human DNA. We know the zygote is alive, and keep in mind this is a singular cell. We also know that a zygote is a product of 2 bits of human DNA. Okay, so we know that a zygote is not only alive, but possesses human DNA. This means that a singular cell, the zygote, is in fact a human life that is alive and well, going through many, many stages of development. To end this portion of my debate, my third and final contention is the following. The reasons. Speak up. Sound more confident. To end this portion of my debate, my third and final contention is the following. The reasons for abortions. Some of the bigger reasons for abortions are rape, incest, and maternal death. The amount of women who are raped and become pregnant as a result is 5%. The amount of abortions because of rape is at most 1%. 0.5% of women who have abortions are due to incest. Yeah, let's go. This number of abortions is incredibly low. Not something to dismiss, though. My partner will explain solutions to this issue later. Thank you. Like movies? Oh, is that what Kenyon was gonna ask about? Yeah, I have work.
Yeah, I've worked till like 8:30.
I have till 9. Oh, there you are. Chill. Let's go. I'll end with a quote. Yeah. Oh, there you are. Oh, there you are. Let's go. Yeah, someone. Is that your stuff?
No. These were just on the ground.
Let's go. So are you making a separate doc? Because I like supersize my font. Because I can't read. Should I do that? If it helps you read. I like legitimately struggle with reading. Why are you here?
Hi. Oh, you're on your debate thing?
Yes, we are.
Right. Yep. All right, good. Do you know if anything's happening at 4 o'clock today after school here? I know we have this concert tonight.
Don't
Okay,
believe
you
so.
guys have no idea if the stage is used. All right, thanks.
Yep. Oh, yeah, y'all. Let's go. That's how. So where are we writing rebuttals on this?
I just did it at the end of my own doc.
I have like 6.023% of women die a year from childbirth. That's 850 out of 3.75 billion. Cons outweigh the pros of abortion in the sense of unsafe abortions. Drugs are illegal now, and it's already a problem. How much more of a problem would drugs be if they were illegal? 5% of rapes end pregnancy. Here you go. Yeah, you are. I'll sit back and enjoy the rest of this break. You're going back? Yeah, we'll make you come back. And we're not exactly rehearsing, so we'll be back probably like 10 minutes before we have to go. Not exactly. Yeah, you gonna take your iPad with you? No. No? You gotta come back later. Unless it's not your side.
Should I thank my mother for letting me stay there?
I'm gonna go with left, thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm just gonna say thank you to you, advice, school. That's about it. Oh, this is not good. I thought they said we couldn't see anyone.
Look at the exit sign. Make that exit sign.
I was gonna put the black hole in the wall.
Hello, everyone. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna be standing and my legs are gonna be like shaking so much.
It's okay, Bridget. Embrace it. Let yourself go. Free your mind.
I had a Celsius when I walked in, and I was just like, my leg was shaking so much, and then I just fell asleep almost. Like, so I think the caffeine behind.
Do you have ADHD?
No. That doesn't happen unless I have caffeine.
Oh,
feel like they'll
If we can
say
get them to be inconsistent, we can win this.
they'll say something about, but most people will just get an abortion because they don't want to have a kid, and not because of one of those complications. I found a website that said that. I don't know.
What does it matter? If you're willing to abort a human life in any situation when there's a risk, you're willing to do the same. If you're willing to abort a human life over a chance that the other person will die.
Hey, what's up? This is not good.
Why?
I thought they said we couldn't see anyone.
I'm going back to the classroom.
What?
This won't load.
You won't load. What happened to not being able to see anyone?
Just listen, read, just read. Focus on what you're reading. The closer you get, the less nervous I'm getting. Yeah, like when you're up here, you're going to have this in front of you. If you stand here and you do this, check, 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 you just
Check. Oh, yeah.
look at like this, that was
Yeah. Let's go.
So, that's fine. Like,
What'd you say?
I'll ask you a question. That's what I said. And just
You're the one that wrote your debate last night. I wrote mine like a week ago.
If you're not confident, I will abuse it. And I'm trying to Slides cards are like good. Organized? Not good today.
He said he had the Belgrade chapter in the law.
He wrote his debate.
No, he had like a bunch of stuff. He had like a whole outline of like some stuff. He said like put it into the sentences.
He wrote a rough draft. I'm nervous you read, like for Carter.
Oh, he'll do fine. He finished it.
He finished his debate like 10 minutes ago. It's a bow tie. What's a bow tie? I lost a bow tie. Oh, it was on the check over there.
I ate it.
No, I picked it up. It's on the ground outside.
No, his bow tie looks like a happy gold fetus.
My mom looks like a technical kid. What do you mean by
What?
Still a child. Still a child. Still a human being, I should say.
If I just kick the mic and then we can't debate. Just throw it off the stage.
Do it.
No, we can't have a debate.
Do it. prevent the pregnancy. Let's do this. It's got the movements.
Okay, wait, let's decide who's gonna ask the question.
See the birds out.
No, wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo. Let's go. Wait, like the grand crossfire?
No.
You should.
No.
Okay, then I will.
Okay.
No, you should.
No.
You have a question. I don't
have any questions.
I saw your
Shut up. You didn't say anything.
Yes, I did. The first question is, do you think that abortions will still be unsafe even after made illegal?
When I was sitting here, there was like a debate, I just sat there. You walked in, you looked, and you just like,
We're doing interviews. We're doing the giddy. What are we doing? Can we talk again? Widowy, where's Olivia?
I want you to know that I'm never leaving. I miss you
Jocelyn, get over here, honey. By the way, you guys might need a background. Hey, you should also be quiet.
Now it's good.
Hey, you sure?
Avery,
shut
up. I turned it off again. I was just proving that it worked. David. I know that's hard for you. Quiet coyote.
David, sing a song.
Shut up and gritty.
Okay, this lady, pretty good.
What was your topic? Marijuana should be recreational in Pennsylvania. And what have the debates taught you?
They taught me to public speak and not speak out loud in public speaking.
Just be confident. Did you enjoy your topic? Yes, I did. Yeah. When researching, what was the most interesting thing you learned? Marijuana causes 0 overdoses.
Marijuana kills most people in alcohol.
Do you believe in your side outside of the debate? I do. What was the outcome of your debate? Yeah, I couldn't. Since we didn't have the near pot up this year, the hands looked like they were pretty much good. All right, David and Avery. I'm ready.
Actually, I just want to warn you guys, your guys' debate got rescheduled. Noah Henneman and Johnny Dean are going up against the police on illegal sexual violence.
That's good. That's actually pretty good.
I just want to warn you guys. Okay.
I'm ready. Okay. 3, 2, 1,
Law
and
versus Johnny D.
Jocelyn, go sit in the corner.
I just stacked the boxes weirdly. I will warn you, it's not as sensitive.
Go!
Still a bit.
What was your topic? Some views should be silenced. What have the debates taught you? It got a lot easier to speak in front of people. It was always kind of nerve-wracking, but I wasn't like super bad today or anything.
We learned all the terms. I don't know. Today was a good day.
Did you enjoy your topic?
Very much.
When researching, what was the most interesting thing you learned?
Like the suicide rates that are linked with like hate speech.
Do you believe in your side outside of the debates?
For the most part, yeah.
I'm really not sure.
Yeah, I'm like
I'm kind of on fence.
It could go either way.
It just depends on what you're talking about.
What was the outcome of your debate?
I think the other side had more votes, but I think we got people talking. Like there was a bunch of conversation happening when we were done.
Me and Avery were able to become master debaters. So.
They were staring at me.
I know.
So, through the camera.
I didn't know where to look. I was like, oh, man.
Bye. Enjoy your sloppy Joe. I can't believe you said that.
That's the whole point of the debate.
Celebrity, I'm getting an interview. Am I gonna get an interview
Not
today
argue
for
that
the
it's
show?
a lie.
Oh, yeah. We're gonna.
It's a
We're gonna go.
Pull me up on stage.
We're talking.
Let me speak. We know like debate like what is a lie. Oh, I got you.
It's really good. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. I never thought I would get
I got
here.
you covered from head to toe.
This is perfect.
It's not, you're just wrong. Ding
Go!
dong. You're biologically and scientifically.
Where are you?
correct.
Right here in this very auditorium bonus.
Okay, indeed. Okay. Okay.
It's really stupid. Try harder.
Ding dong, your opinion's wrong.
Making numbers.
This is being live streamed.
Didn't they say Pitt was gonna choose one of us?
Yes. It will be
Me.
yes.
Wait, it's being live streamed right now?
All right, I hope not. BELLWOOD-ANTIS. Oh, yeah, y'all.
Yeah, look at my dog.
It says lies. It says live.
Is it actually live?
Yes.
No way. No.
Well, I'm glad they saw the gritty happen. That's still live.
Awesome.
My future, my career's ruined. My career is so ruined. Anything I want to do in life, I'm canceled. I'm like chilling here tonight.
What happened?
It's live.
That's live.
Right now.
And I said something.
Uh-oh.
When I walked in. Yeah.
What was it?
Can't say it again.
Things that you probably shouldn't say live.
Yeah. Fuck Mike.
Oops, my bad. Life lesson. Hey, who wants to be an absolute gentleman and help me do my bow tie?
Yeah, we had a moment.
Yeah, we had a bonding moment.
Welcome back to the podcast.
So I guess they can hear us practice then.
So politics in high school. We don't watch this.
Yeah, I didn't realize it would actually be live right now.
What's it on?
I don't know. It's BELLWOOD, it's all caps, BELLWOOD-ANTIS live stream. BELLWOOD-ANTIS live stream. Or event live stream.
We're probably live streaming it, but
Yeah, probably. I wonder if that mic can pick my voice up from here. Turn the volume up. Anything? Can you hear anything? If you're really loud.
Wait, can you go back to when I walked in?
No, it's just playing.
Is it on YouTube?
Yes, it is.
Then you can go back.
You can go back. I don't know how long ago that was.
No.
They probably heard us over microphones too. So Lydia, when did you finish writing your debate? I just heard a lot of people complaining about that.
About what?
From what I heard, it was a lack of effort.
I don't know. I had a lot of research done. It just didn't write it. So
Okay.
I had it done like by 11:30 last night.
Yeah, I know. I was just like sitting around, like home, like literally any time. It was just like random things. I was like, why are you guys like, saying that? I was like, it's one thing, if it's certain people that aren't that good at debating, but like if you have an issue, address the person, and then go from there? You can hear that? Oh no. Hey, none of us can ever be politicians. A question. Well, this is slightly embarrassing. Like I said, none of us can ever be politicians. That will somehow be brought up. I didn't say anything. You laughed at it. You thought it was funny. I said my body, my choice. Which is against my stance. Crap. Darn it. Oh, there you go. Let's go. I'm not even nervous anymore. Are you nervous? Yeah. Why nervous? Why do you think? I don't know. People. That's why I'm asking, Poojan. I feel like a fool. I feel. Here? Yeah. Alright. Life lesson. Oh, by the way, it's live right now. Just your heads up. Yeah, we figured that out the hard way.
I didn't check. I went back and saw that you guys were in here.
All right.
I didn't hear what you guys said. You should hear what
That's good. Yeah, you should hear what Poojan said. It's recorded. Sorry. I was recorded.
I didn't say anything. I'm guilty.
That's recorded. So.
Yeah, I did.
When are we supposed to be down here? You gonna do some pre-debate strategy?
No.
Might pee. Everyone smell this pizza? Sure. How confident do you feel that you're running against Poojan? Yep. Yep.
I didn't say anything to get canceled. I just said, oh, yeah, yeah. Look into the mic. He's on the fence. Right. He says he's pro-life.
This morning he said he was pretty pro-life.
Better.
What? What did I say?
You said this morning was for pro-life, right?
No.
You sure?
You definitely did.
I'm pretty sure I remember hearing that.
I heard those words coming out of your mouth. You said technically we're all, no, you said if you're pro-choice, you're instantly against abortion. Is that what you said? Or is that the other way around?
What? No, I said that if you're, we'll talk about that.
No, you said,
I'm pretty sure.
where's the other tab? No, you weren't.
Shane, where are you at, buddy?
Shane's here.
Yeah.
Okay, that's existing. Do you happen to have an opinion on the current debate matter?
Why are you asking people?
Not really.
I don't know, I'm curious. And if they feel like answering, they're
So
answering.
like,
If they don't feel
if this
they'll
is
tell me
like,
no.
their side, your side, Shane is like over there on the track. You see, my side is not my monkeys, not my circus.
That seems true. Can I quote that?
Yes.
I need you to say.
I needed a quote.
And I quote, Shane Rochelle.
I'm actually gonna do that. It might not have any relevance, but
You guys also should quote me on something. We'll find a quote.
both
It's the
say-
same quote.
We can both say the same thing.
Shane thinks that we should make abortions.
I'll give you a quote, Dan. Tell me what you want. What you really, really want.
Do you remember that theory? That we should mandate intoxicated
Seven watching. Is that actual? 9.
That breaks my heart.
The chat.
How many people are watching?
9.
Right now.
Yeah. Well, I think it says 8 now. Oh, now it's 8. Someone got bored and left. Like it. Does anyone? No one said anything in the chat.
That's good.
They
That's
should
nice.
have had a lunch break screen, honestly.
We're starting soon. That would be a good time. We have 4 months.
There's only one copy.
4 minutes.
I was ready. And I was not expecting that, and they caught me off guard.
Oh, is that my father? I definitely will later this year.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the debates.
It is recorded.
Someone.
I have some.
So someone has to how do I address that?
Look at that. That's my favorite. Nick. You want to you?
Wait, could you wait so I'm not brushing my hair in the back? Yes. Okay. Give me the microphone. Yeah, okay, that's good. Oh, you guys look like siblings. Okay. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Okay.
Yeah, she should definitely eat pizza while you're debating. That would be good.
I think it's a great idea.
Like, could you imagine like how arrogant your opponent's going and you're just sitting there eating pizza?
One second, please. It's on viewers, then we'll go.
I got the brown shoes on. I got the put me on that. Men's wear, ordered the suit. I bought the tie.
Oh, yes. It's so impossible to tell. Like, it picks up.
Does the mic pick up like right here?
I'm sure it does.
Like if I was talking during it?
Somebody, I think it was, I mean, it's on right now, so usually right now, and it's recording you right now. But
I was sitting near it the whole time.
Madison said her mom got a hold of her and said, it's Damon Mills, so you know the mic. She said she'd like to hear him talking, I think he's probably somewhere in here.
Uh-oh.
What'd you say about the MC?
Hey, I don't want to hear it.
What'd you say about the MC?
Oh, okay. Best part of it. I said, where is everybody?
MC's what? Yeah, the MC's.
Good.
shot.
Whose sneakers are those anyway? They're just here.
Started. All right, I think we're about ready to get started here, so we can make sure we fit this one in time. As everybody's sitting down, one thing I would ask is this, and I think for the most part people have done a good job with this today. But obviously the whole idea of debate is to get people talking. You hear these people talking, they're talking about something that maybe you're interested in and then you talk too. But just keep in mind whenever you're watching these debates that there are people around you that want to hear what's being said, and these guys need to hear what's being said. So this happened a little bit in that final debate before lunch. Whenever I'm sitting in the front and I can hear people like 3 and 4 seats behind me that are talking, it's definitely getting a little bit loud. So just give these guys the respect they deserve, because I can tell you, like, if you hear it up here, it's definitely distracting, and that's like the last thing you want. But at the same time, you know, we want you guys to be able to talk about it. So whenever you go back to your classrooms, whenever the debate is over and you have a couple of minutes here, feel free to talk about it. That's what we're trying to get everybody to do. So the afternoon debates. This should be an interesting one. I'll let our MCs introduce it to you.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the 11th Annual CHS Schoolwide Debates.
This year's theme is The Health of America Depends on Valuing Personal Beliefs Over Compromises.
Each of the debate topics today touch on this theme in one way or another. The next topic up for debate is abortion before 15 weeks should be legal.
On the pro side, we have Pooja Patel and Carter Redding, and on the con side, we have Daniel Whedon and Noah Green.
Hello? Hello. My name is Carter Reddick, and I would like to thank my partner Poojan and my opponents Danny and Noah and Mr. Naylor for making this debate possible. I would like to thank you guys for watching and caring so much about this debate. 11 years old, just barely out of 5th grade, and a girl in Ohio has lost her innocence to a disgusting 26-year-old man on multiple occasions. Something nobody should have to go through, and matters had only gotten worse once results came back that she was impregnated. 11 years old and scarred for life. The first thing anyone would think about is that this little girl cannot be held accountable for pregnancy, but the state of Ohio cannot allow her an abortion. Now she is forced for the next 9 months to carry a baby unfit for her body. The girl was 6 weeks pregnant and had to travel to Indiana just to get an abortion. This should not be the situation, and the point of this debate is to hopefully sway someone to agree. My partner and I are arguing that abortion should be permitted up to 15 weeks after conception. Our value for this debate is the right to bodily autonomy, and we would like you to view this from the criterion of valuing individual choice. The main points for this debate that we would like to reinforce pertain to women's health, the value of human life, and the potential child's life. Abortion can be defined as the deliberate termination of human pregnancy. I would like to clarify that we are not pro-abortion, but rather pro-choice. A woman should have the option to abort the fetus. A fetus can be defined as an unborn offspring of a mammal, in particular, an unborn human baby more than 8 weeks after conception. I would also like to clarify that our opponents are arguing that after conception, abortion should not be permitted in the US, whether it be 5 days or 15 weeks. There will always be abortions, whether it be legal or not, but there's a lot of stress and pressure to being forced to carry a baby, and in most cases, raise one. According to NewYorkLife.com, studies show that in just the first year, a baby can cost anywhere from $20,000 to $50,000. It's not a surprise that these things combined with family pressure, abortions exist. But like with most things, if you can't do it legally, you'll do it illegally. Just like marijuana, or access to guns for that matter. Why not make it safe? Unsafe abortion is one of the leading causes of maternal mortality worldwide. According to the World Health Organization, an estimated 25 million unsafe abortions occur each year, and they account for approximately 13% of the maternal deaths worldwide. We are lucky enough to have some states that do allow abortion. If we made it illegal in more states, what's to say that those numbers won't rise? Our opponents, I'm sure, will argue that human life begins at conception. We don't plan to argue this point. People will argue different things, but in the end, it doesn't matter. Scientifically, human life begins at conception, but we'd like to argue instead the value of human life at conception, or the value of human life at 15 weeks. What makes human life valuable? Is it potential? Is it merit? Truthfully, it's a gray area, which is why eliminating complete access to abortion completely is not moral and it is not ethical. In the scenario of the 11-year-old girl, what makes an unborn baby 6 weeks after conception more important than the pain and the suffering of a mother who doesn't want her child, who wants a childhood? What truly causes more trouble? Think of the perspective of this girl. None of this was her fault. Now is it justice to have her carry out 9 months of pregnancy in a body that is barely designed to handle such pressure? View this through the perspective of the 6-week-old child. What is there? What about a mother who doesn't want her child? There's always the option to put it up for adoption. But what life will the child have? According to healthyjournal.com, nearly 20,000 children go without getting adopted every year. Again, this number could rise by removing the option to abort altogether. And again, going back to the pressure it puts on the family, an unplanned child often flips already developed lives upside down. And the child will usually get the backlash of this. Again, we are not arguing whether a fetus is a human life, but rather the impact of that said life, and whose choice it is to facilitate that life. As Shane Rochelle once famously said, "Not my monkeys, not my circus." Thank you.
I'd like to begin this debate by giving thanks to the people that have made this possible. Thank you to my partner, Noah. Thank you to my opponents, Connor and Poojan. Thank you to Mr. Naylor. And thank you to the MCs and Andrew Nickham as the timekeeper. Oh, and one more very important thing. Thank you to the audience for your undivided attention. Since the old ethic has not yet been fully displaced, it has been necessary to separate the idea of abortion from the idea of killing, which continues to be sociably abhorrent. The result has been a curious avoidance of the scientific fact, which everyone really knows, that human life begins at conception and is continuous whether intra or extrauterine until death. The very considerable semantic gymnastics which are required to rationalize abortion as anything but taking a human life would be ludicrous if they were not put forth under socially impeccable auspices. Here's what that quote really means. It means that people have tried separating killing from abortion because killing is agreeably morally wrong. It means that we know human life begins at conception and has been agreed upon scientifically. Finally, it means that knowing life begins at conception, then justifying abortion by saying it's not killing is trying to rationalize something absurd. If it wasn't entirely clear, we're on the con side of the debate, and our value is life, which can be defined by the 7 signs of life. I'd like to present another quote. It's got to grow. It's got to move and stay loose. It's got to eat. It's got to reproduce. It's got to respond to stimuli. It's got to breathe, or it will die. The last one is kind of discreet. It's got to excrete. The biology song. Our value criterion is protecting life. This will be exemplified throughout our debate. Now, I'd like to define a few terms before we continue. Abortion. The termination of a pregnancy by removal or expulsion of an embryo. Fetus. Offspring of a human or mammal in the stages of prenatal development. Also, in Latin, it directly means baby. Having said that, I'll begin my first contention. When does life begin? This is a big area of discussion because many cannot agree to when. Some say it's a heartbeat, some say when a baby can feel, some say it's when a fetus becomes a baby, etc., etc. However, 96% of scientists agree that conception is the beginning of life according to Princeton.edu. And, biologically speaking, a zygote, which is a singular cell resulting from sperm in an egg joining, is alive. This means that a zygote, a human, is alive at the point of conception. Now for my second contention. What is considered human? I've addressed this slightly in my last contention, but I'll elaborate it more now. So there's a couple things that need to be in place to be a human. You must be alive and must have human DNA. We know that a zygote is alive, and keep in mind this is a singular cell. We also know that a zygote is a product of 2 bits of human DNA. Okay, so now we know that a zygote is not only alive, but possesses human DNA. This means that a singular cell, the zygote, is in fact a human life that is alive and well, going through many, many stages of development. To end this portion of my debate, my third and final contention is the following. The reasons for abortions, some of the bigger reasons for abortions, are rape, incest, and maternal death. The amount of women who are raped and pregnant as a result is 5%. The amount of abortions because of rape is at most 1%. 0.5% of women who have abortions are due to incest. This number of abortions is incredibly low. Not something to dismiss, though. My partner will explain the solutions to this issue at a later time. Thank you. Yes.
You don't support the ending of life after conception in any way. Why is that? What makes an unborn baby at 2 days after conception more important than the pain and suffering of a mother who doesn't want her child? What truly causes more trouble?
Life is life, regardless of how old that life is. Your job as a parent, your parental singular duty is to protect the life of your child. That is your only goal, is to make sure that it lives and it carries on.
Let's talk about war.
All right,
In some scenarios, killing is justified, is it not?
I would agree.
In the situation of a life that has already happened, or already living life, versus a potential life, or we're not arguing that it's not life. What would you say is more important?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, please?
A mother who is suffering, who doesn't want her child, who the child will potentially face a lot of trouble in its life, potentially not get adopted, versus a fetus who dies immediately, has not gotten the chance to live, will not get the chance to live. What is more important?
Life. Always choose life. All life is precious. There will never ever be an instance where life is not redeemable.
Okay.
Do you have anything else?
Go ahead.
So you mentioned safe abortions, correct?
Yes.
My partner will get into this a bit later, but wouldn't you agree that abortions also have their risks?
Less risk.
Okay, so that means that there are currently illegal abortions and legal abortions, which means that there are additional risks. Right now, there's the risk of an illegal abortion and the risk of a legal abortion, depending on the state, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so why are we adding risk right now?
We would not add risk by making abortion legal. If it's being done by a professional versus like a 5-minute crafts YouTube video, it just makes more sense to do the professional.
And since there is no longer federal funding, correct, for abortions, right?
Right.
That means that not everyone can have that safe abortion, even if it is legal, which means that we are still currently under our policy, which does in fact have some legal abortions, adding more and more risk with your 5-minute crafts video.
Okay, so they can't pay however much an abortion costs. How much does a baby cost? Like $20,000 to $500,000. The average abortion costs up to like $600, maybe $1,000. Like, it's not comparable.
Okay, so let's move on. Let's
Sure.
devalue the life of a human. Okay. So you also mentioned, as you said, the cost, correct?
Right.
Wouldn't you say that some things like insurance can cover some of those costs for an alive baby at the birth up until a certain point? Or
Answer this one, that's the last question.
To an extent, it's still more expensive.
so yes.
Sure.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Pujan Patel, and I'm debating on the side of this debate that abortion should be allowed up to 15 weeks. I would like to thank the school, my opponents, and my partner, because without them, this debate would not be possible. I would like to state again that we value individual autonomy, and we want you to view this debate through the lens of valuing individual choice. I'm going to begin with a quote by Hillary Clinton. "We will always fight over abortion. It is a difficult choice, and it is controversial. That's why I want people to make their own decisions." I want to stress the point that 25 million unsafe abortions happen annually, and 70,000 women die from it. Since this happens mainly in countries where it is illegal, this will happen in the United States too, if it is made illegal. Which leads into the next contention, women's health. 1 in 12 pregnancies involve complications that could potentially be fatal to the mother's life, and 700 women die annually just in the US from that. That could have been prevented by an abortion. So why take the high chance of a woman and the fetus dying when you can 100% save the woman's life? Not only does making it illegal physically affect women, it can also have substantial effects on mental health. Studies show that not being able to get one can lead to anxiety, stress, and depression. This is especially true with Black, LGBTQ, and low-income families. This brings me into the next and final contention. What would the potential child's life be like? Well, families mainly get abortions due to the socioeconomic status and a low income and a too low income to be able to support a child. Adoption may seem like an answer, but that leads to a long life of bullying, lasting mental and emotional trauma, and low self-esteem throughout their whole life. The average amount it costs to support the child until they turn 18 is about 290,000 and about 16,000 annually. And the median income in the United States is only 31,000. So in low-class families, children will have to grow up in poverty. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Noah. Before I begin my debate, I would like to give a few thank yous. I would like to thank my partner Danny for helping me prepare this debate. I would also like to thank our opponents Carter and Poojan for debating us, and Mr. Naylor for giving us this opportunity. And lastly, I would like to thank the audience for being great spectators throughout the day. Planned Parenthood, the largest single provider of abortion in the United States, once said, "Abortion kills the life of the baby after it has already begun." As my partner stated, our highest value in this debate is life, and we believe with indisputed facts that life begins at conception, and to end that life is morally and ethically wrong. To compromise on this would be to go against our main value of life. Before I begin my first contention, I would like to explain the abortion process. There are two main forms of abortion: medication and surgical abortion. Medication abortion is only used up to the 10-week area of gestation according to the Association of American Medical Colleges. However, surgical abortion is used 6 weeks after conception to the time up to birth. The following is an excerpt from an article written by a former abortionist on how a surgical abortion is performed. To prepare for a surgical abortion, the abortionist uses laminaria, a form of sterilized seaweed, to open the woman's cervix 24 to 48 hours before the procedure. The laminaria soaks up liquid in the woman's body and expands, widening the cervix. When the woman returns to the abortion clinic, the abortionist may administer anesthesia and further open the cervix using metal dilators and a speculum. The abortionist inserts a large suction catheter into the uterus and turns it on, emptying the amniotic fluid. After the amniotic fluid is removed, the abortionist uses a software clamp, a grasping instrument with rows of sharp teeth, to grasp and pull the baby's arms and legs, tearing the limbs from the child's body. The abortionist continues to grasp the intestines, spine, heart, lungs, and any other limbs or body parts. The most difficult part of the procedure is usually finding, grasping, and crushing the baby's head. After removing the pieces of the child's skull, the abortionist may use a curette to scrape the uterus and remove the placenta and any remaining parts of the baby. The abortionist then collects all of the baby's parts and reassembles them to make sure there are 2 arms, 2 legs, and that all of the pieces have been removed. By this time of pregnancy, the nervous system of the baby is fully developed, so every action that is performed by the abortionist is felt by the child. This brings me to my first contention. Not only is abortion harmful to the living human being in the womb, it is also harmful to the mother. According to the Louisiana Department of Health, some effects of abortion include pelvic infection, incomplete abortion, blood clots, and heavy bleeding, along with increased risk of infertility. Furthermore, statistics from the National Library of Medicine indicate that 1 in 110 abortions result in cervical laceration, 1 in 25 cause infections, and 1 in 70 abortions lead to excessive bleeding. Aside from the negative physical effects of abortion, there are numerous mental health risks associated with abortion. After an abortion, women are 81% more likely to experience issues such as depression and anxiety. According to Life Institute, women are 70% more likely to inflict self-harm, 65% of women have suicidal thoughts, and 31% had attempted suicide. These mental problems occur from the innate knowledge that ending life in the womb is morally wrong. Contention 2. There are many other solutions to unplanned pregnancy than killing an innocent life. Some of these solutions include keeping the child and receiving government financial assistance, or the mother may put the child up for adoption. Several government programs, including TANF, cash assistance, SSI, medical assistance, and food stamps, help support financially unstable young parents. Not to mention, there are many other organizations dedicated to supporting parents of unplanned children. Mother Teresa once stated, "It is a poverty to decide that the child must die so you may live as you wish." To further the solution of adoption, there are thousands of families that would be willing to adopt a child at a moment's notice. The same organizations dedicated to supporting these young parents are the same ones that make it a priority to find a suitable home for children who have been decided to be put up for adoption. Not to mention, putting your child up for adoption is 100% free.
Life is more precious than any other material thing on this planet. No human life is greater than another. If you take nothing from this debate, please remember this one quote from the well-beloved book, Horton Hears a Who. Don't give up. I believe in you all. A person's a person, no matter how small. Thank you.
So Danny said all life is valuable. Yes. So would you say an animal is life?
Yes.
So why do we kill animals and eat them?
I'm talking about humans.
Yeah, but he said all life is valuable.
What does this have to do with abortion?
Because that's a life too, and we kill that too. So how is that justified?
This is a human life. A human life is more valuable than an animal's.
Why is that?
Because if next question.
So what actually makes human life valuable? Like what specific thing makes it valuable?
Our ability to think and do things other animals can't do. Shouldn't we focus on providing better health care rather than resorting to abortion in the sense like the mother might lose her life?
In some cases, abortion is the only way to save the mother.
In what instances? Like, do you think that 100, like, okay. So you said that if abortion was made illegal, then there would be more unsafe abortions. So drugs are illegal now and it's already a problem. How much more of a problem would drugs be if they were legal? So considering like there are many unsafe abortions now, so if it was made illegal, then how would that make the situation better?
Can you say the question again?
So abortion is legal now, and there are already unsafe abortions, like throughout the country. Like, you do agree that that's a problem?
It happens mainly not in the U.S., and mainly in developing countries, but it's illegal.
Yeah,
That's
it's still
the countries that happens in.
still very real in the United States. So
Yeah, not as much though.
So wouldn't making it illegal just decrease the number of unsafe abortions?
No, because then they can't get one anywhere in the United States, so they would have to make it unsafe. Would you say that an 11-year-old child, a victim of sexual assault, should have to keep the fetus?
There are many other options that she could do to
Like what?
adoption. She put the child up for adoption.
So you want to put that 11-year-old through the pain of childbirth?
To save the life of a child, yes.
Do you think an 11-year-old child's body is enough to support the fetus?
It happens, yes.
Okay. So do you think a child would mentally be okay if they knew that they were adopted?
Well, that would be better. I do think there would be problems with the mental state of someone who was adopted, but they're still alive. They would know that the mother chose to keep them.
What about the 20,000 kids annually that don't get picked, that don't get adopted?
They still go on to live lives.
Yeah, but without any parents or anything.
They're still alive.
All right, let's go on to Grand Crossfire.
Okay, so Poojan's first point, or first question, was what makes human life valuable?
Our value is determined by we are the dominant species on planet Earth, which means we are top of the food chain, which means we are the most valuable, not only for our ability to be on top, but for our thinking, our emotional, our sentient ability, and many, many other reasons.
Okay, so the value of human life is based on superiority. Is that to say that someone like Elon Musk with superior financial ability, superior thought ability is more important than someone like, Ice Spice?
I am not here to determine the worth of one individual over the other.
But what makes a human life more valuable then?
It's not determining what human life is more valuable than the other. It's determining that all human life is more valuable than other forms of animal life.
Are all human life just as valuable as another human life?
Yes.
Based on what?
The entire basis that humans are more valuable. We are working as a group in unison, not entirely as the individual.
Okay.
So you mentioned the 11-year-old, correct, Pujan? Okay, so is there more than one way to give childbirth?
What do you mean by that?
Well, there's the normal way, if I'm not correct, and then there's a cesarean section, which is an alternative, which would ideally fit the young body of the 11-year-old instead of detrimentally affecting the overall health of that 11-year-old, which now means that there's a safe procedure to have this child, correct?
So you would want a child who's still in middle school, still has to get an education, to be in the hospital for that long and carry the baby all 9 months and still get a C-section?
I would never want this to happen to anyone, but if it were to happen, I would rather the value of all life be placed equivalent, not one more so than the other.
So wouldn't stopping that before the 15 weeks just be easy?
You're right, Pujan. It would be the easiest thing to do.
Right after conception, let's say 5 days, would you still have the same view?
Yes.
A zygote over the pain and suffering of an already alive human being.
A human?
They're both humans, there's no doubt, but which one would you choose both? Or?
I would choose both.
Okay. Well, that speaks for itself.
Are you saying that, so your claim basically makes the point that one human life is greater than the other?
When it comes to the problems it causes, anything ethical is based on how much it disrupts harmony or human life or the majority of human lives, the problems that it causes. The reason killing is bad is because it affects everyone on a grand scale. It causes distrust. It destroys harmony.
Abortion's the same thing.
Huh?
Abortion's the same thing as killing.
But what causes more, on balance? What causes more problems?
Abortion.
Really? So I don't want to go back to that point again. I hate talking about it. But, I mean, I think it speaks for itself. On balance, what causes more problems? Do you have any other questions?
So, yes, actually, what are the long-term impacts of abortion upon mothers? I believe my partner stated some earlier, but what are your impacts that you can think of right now?
On after aborting?
Yeah, I would say thinking about abortion, going through the process of abortion, and then afterwards of abortion.
I don't think there's any doubt that either way is bad. Again, we're going to on balance. It just makes less sense to have the problems that going through childbirth causes and the problems and the way it affects everyone versus just, you know, an abortion and the effects it has on the mental health of the mother.
All right, let's go to the final focus
Throughout this debate, our value has been protecting bodily autonomy, and our criterion is individual choice. Our point of stasis was determining whether the termination of a fetus is more important than the mother's right to her body. The biggest argument that they provided was that all human life is valuable, but what is more important, the pain and suffering of an already active human being or a zygote? Our points were women's health. Unsafe abortions put both lives at risk. It makes no sense to risk both, and the financial problems alone cause problems for everyone. Value of life. Noah's point on what makes life valuable is the ability to think. Fetuses don't think, so what's the ethical problem with abortion, especially before 15 weeks? And finally, the potential child's life. After the child is conceived or is given birth to, what will its life look like? What will everyone else's life look like? More than difficult. The child has no say. So I believe the mother should be the diplomat for that. Their points. Their value was life, and their criterion was protecting life. But there are two lives to talk about. On balance, what is that child's life going to look like, back to that point, and what is that mother's life going to look like? Danny said human life is valuable, but what makes a human life valuable? And we'll keep going back to that point. And he said superiority over all other human beings, and just, well, all humans are superior, so therefore, every life matters? I don't know. I don't know what it is he was saying. And I would like to end this debate with a quote by Ruth Bader Ginsburg. The emphasis must not be put on the right to abortion, but on the right to privacy and reproductive control. Overall, the mother needs to be the one deciding on the potential life of a child, because nobody else can.
I'd like to leave you understanding why we won this debate by meeting our value, which is life, and our value criterion, which is protecting life. We have done this by not only explaining what life is, but how it is brutally and mercilessly taken away through a process such as abortion. I'd also like to state why our opponents lost this debate based upon their value and value criterion, which is the right to bodily autonomy and the right to individual choice. Our opponents state that they are pro-choice, which is really pro-abortion based upon their debate, and I'll explain why shortly. So, if you are, back to what we had stated earlier, we had stated that not only is there alternatives such as adoptions, different ways of birth, and then different financial solutions to having a child, which means that you can financially have a child, you can safely have a child. So, are you really interested in trying to have that child, or protecting yourself, or are you truly interested in yourself, trying to preserve what you want of yourself? Because if you can financially have a kid, if you can safely have a kid, if you can do your parental duty, which is to protect the life of your child and to watch it grow and prosper and do everything great in the world, then why are you choosing to take that away? Why are you choosing to take the right of individual choice from that kid? Why are you taking the right of bodily autonomy from that child? Why are you doing everything in your power to limit your job as a parent? I'd like to end with a quote. I find it impossible to subscribe to a philosophy that believes that the destruction of a human life is a legitimate solution to a problem that is mostly social, economic, and psychological. In reality, most women choose abortion because they believe they have no other choice. Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. So let's take our vote here then. So the sides were up to 15 weeks, and that was this side. So how many people would agree with this side? Or at least feel like they've won? I guess that's a better question. Who feels like they've won? And then on this side, how many people feel like this side has done enough to win this debate? Yeah, it wasn't bad. I mean, I think you heard a lot of arguments. And I will say this, like, I definitely think, I don't know what you guys think, a little bit of like, I think these guys went back and forth on what topic they wanted. We kind of allowed them to choose their topics for this one. And it's like, this is a topic that's so, it's spoken of so often, and it's a debate that you get into all the time throughout the time that you're in high school, that I don't know that everybody was like, yeah, we should definitely do this. This is the one we want. But I think with all that said, they put up good arguments and did a good job. And it is ironic, you know, somebody brought up before, it's definitely ironic that you have 4 guys who are arguing this. But at the same time, I think it's also fair to say there's plenty of things that people argue all the time that they're not directly involved in. Now, this is a really, really serious issue. But at the same time, you know, people get involved in things all the time that they're not involved in. You may not be a soldier, but are you allowed to have opinions on whether we should send troops to Ukraine? I'm not a soldier, but my brother-in-law is in Syria right now. Am I allowed to have opinions on whether he should be there or not? So I do think it's totally fair for them to have this debate, although to open this up to the real public forum, you would certainly want a much more diverse group, but I thought they did a good job. So I'm not sure what time it is. I think we're kind of like, this one actually went early. Yeah, so we have like 3 minutes here, I guess. Unless your teachers are going to take you, you guys can probably sit tight. We've got 2 more. Schools should be allowed to ban books. So like, you have like schools.
I didn't know, that's not why I know what it was like.
But there are a lot of books
But
What the heck?
Yeah.
I don't think he's plugged in before that. Then Mr. Shire go back to me. I'm thinking this more difficult. It's like sometimes I use a key in the channel. That's how they feel like live stream. There's things where like that was like
Six. That's the high of the day. 5 legs.
So you guys.
I like it.
I think that was
How do you like the one with the
All right, so we're gonna get started as everybody's coming in here, just so we can make sure we make everything on time. This is the last debate of the day featuring kids who are taking CHS this year. So starting last year, we opened up the CHS Debates to younger grades, for lack of a better way of saying it, basically to the junior class. And it's kind of like a preview of what you'll get next year. So if anybody that's a sophomore out there would be interested in doing this whenever they get into 11th grade, we'll come looking for you next year, late February, early March. But this is the last one featuring kids that are in CHS that have had the class the entire year. So I'll turn this over to our announcers.
afternoon. Welcome to the 11th Annual CHS Schoolwide Debates.
This year's theme is the health of America depends on valuing personal beliefs over compromise.
Each of the debate topics today touch on this theme in one way or another. The next topic up for debate is schools should be allowed to ban books.
On the pro side, we have Sophia Del Grosso and Madison Brickman, and on the con side, we have Kenya Nyman and Joy Balsamo.
Get married.
Hello? All right. I am Madison, and I would like to thank my partner Sophia, my opponents Joey and Canyon, for you, the crowd, for sitting through probably multiple of these today, and to Mr. Naylor for allowing us to have these debates today. My partner and I are here to affirm that schools should be allowed to ban books. Marcus Cicero, a Roman philosopher, quotes, "The safety of the people shall be its highest law." Going with this, we ask you to value this debate through safety, defined as a state in which hazards or conditions leading to harm are controlled to preserve the health and well-being of individuals. Our value criterion that we would like this side to be weighed upon is establishing and maintaining a safe environment in school. Here are some important terms that should be defined. Number 1, ban. To officially or legally prohibit. 2, explicit content. Content that describes or represents violence, sexual activity, substance use, or self-harm in a graphic fashion. 3, censorship. The suppression of ideas that are considered offensive. Our burden of proof is to show that there may be a correlation between explicit content affecting safety, and that there is indeed a solution to this problem. Without further ado, here is contention 1, the consequences for exposing students to explicit content. A disclaimer. We are fully aware that there is a chance that children will be exposed to explicit content outside of school. However, school districts hold the responsibility to manage the well-being of their students the moment they enter the building. It is not the district's business, nor is it its duty to pry into private lives, but while they are at school, it is their responsibility to protect and provide an education. Exposure to explicit content, according to Lisa Sloan from Together AI, can have numerous negative effects for students like 1, early sexual intercourse. Students who are exposed to sexual content are highly likely to engage in sexual activities earlier in age. Explicit content typically depicts sexual activity in many different ways, and many are not socially normal or accepted. 2, sex addiction. Young people who are exposed to sexual content are highly likely to develop an intimacy disorder or sex addiction. The exposure may cause trauma and impair the person's social and interpersonal development and a student's moral compass, potentially leading them to act out sexually against another person. 3, objectification. Media can also objectify women. When this does happen within the media or in books, women are often portrayed as nothing more than sexual objects. Early exposure to this content can lead a person to violate ways of having an intimate relationship. 4, heavy violence. According to the National Institute of Justice, exposure to violence can harm a child's emotional, psychological, and physical development. Children exposed to violence are more likely to have difficulty in school, abuse drugs or alcohol, act aggressively, suffer from mental health problems, and engage in criminal behavior as adults. And finally, the usage of harmful substances. Reading about someone using them, while at first may not seem like a big deal, can have a negative impact on one's perception about them. The National Library of Medicine says, overall, 83% of studies reported that media was associated with increased risk of smoking initiation, the use of illicit drugs, and alcohol consumption. Of 30 studies examining media content, 95% found an association between increased media exposure and negative outcomes. Of 12 studies evaluating the quantity of media exposure, 67% reported an association with a negative outcome. Again, we would like to state we are not fully eliminating the ability to access such content. This brings me to contention 2. Banning books in a school setting protects students and does not infringe on an author's right to write books. Peter Sprague, a member of the Family Research Council, noted that removing a few select books from schools is about showing discretion and respecting the community's values for teachers, parents, and students. Removing books does not prevent people from getting these books elsewhere. He says, "It is an exaggeration to refer to this as book banning. There is nothing preventing books from being either written or sold, and nothing to prevent parents from buying it or their children reading it." I also affirm with this quote. The banning of books is just preventing them from being brought onto school property to be read. This action does not affect a student's ability to access whatever content they wish outside of school. Every student's reaction to explicit content is different, and typically parents know their children better than most people. They can be a very important part of a student's life. This is why we should let the parents decide when and how adult topics should be revealed to their child. This in turn gives parents the opportunity to discuss challenging topics with their children, some matters of which may make people uncomfortable. It may be better this way instead of letting an author shape the narrative with a personal opinion or bias. Reading Of Mice and Men is an example of this. Dealing with topics like murder and euthanasia may go beyond the understanding of some students. Other books deal with suicide, peer pressure, and death on a large scale. Again, not all students will have strong reactions, but it is never a bad idea to prevent the possibility from happening. If we stop the problem at its source, we would also not have to worry about the problem itself at all. So, to summarize, parents should have a say in what their children can read. A parent's best interest is what can aid a school itself in banning books if needed. Contention number 3, the book banning process. This contention describes the process we would put in place to ensure that the process of banning books is fair and considerate as possible. We cannot go into this blind and must have a method to go on. We would use a school-wide book banning system that each school could operate independently on if a book should be banned. A father in Montana stated that the books in his district constitute sexual content. He says, "If I stood outside of that school and handed out pornographic material, I would go to jail. And it seems odd to me that these books would be in our school libraries for everyone to access." This is another quote I affirm to. As seen here, a parent is worried about the content in the books within his district. This quote has a good point, that it would not look good if someone like him were to hand out this material. But the school somehow has the ability to allow books that contain the material to be distributed amongst its students. This is living proof that parents care about the content their children consume as students within a school setting. A committee should be set up that consists of the school's teachers and parents of students in the area who wish to participate. If either a parent or teacher has a concern about a book, it will be presented to said committee, stating the contents of the book and why they believe it should be banned in order to create awareness about the book. The committee would have a vote soon after, and to keep things fair, at least 75% of the committee must agree to banning the book in school for it to be passed. This process will allow for a more democratic and personalized solution for people who are concerned about certain books being in schools. This method is the safest option and one that will keep the entire process as fair as can be. Parents and concerned faculty can bring light to an issue. They can talk about it in a civil manner within the committee that we had mentioned, and because there are parents involved, it is a way to connect the school district to the people that take care of the students they educate. Thank you.
I would like to start by asking, would you agree that one of the most important things that sets the U.S. apart from the rest of the world is our fundamental First Amendment rights?
Yes.
All right, and then would you also agree that banning books is a form of censorship?
I'll have to say this in response to that. You are given the right to free speech, which includes making a book. You are not entitled to a right to read a book, however, so.
How are you not entitled to be able to read?
If you read a book, that's not a freedom of speech. You're like reading a book. You're not speaking out loud. You're not, unless you're making the book, it doesn't help.
So you were talking about books with explicit and sexual content and everything, and how that could negatively impact younger people.
Yes.
But how many elementary classrooms do you really think would have these types of books in them?
Well, I mean, can you restate that question really quick, sorry?
So how many elementary school classrooms would you say now actually have these kind of books that you're talking about that would have sexual or other explicit content?
Perhaps not in perhaps not on the walls of the bookshelves in the classroom or whatever, but this ban would also prevent teachers perhaps from bringing in sexual content. For example, that Hollidaysburg teacher who brought in that book and it was sitting on her desk and it had explicit content in, that can still happen if we don't institute these bans.
So you had also talked about people's being able to access books outside of school.
Yes.
But when you say there are definitely some people, especially in the United States and in cities, that are not financially stable enough or don't have the access to those books and information.
Well, yes, I agree, but that's not the school's problem in itself if a student accesses the content outside of school. It's the school's responsibility to prevent them from reading it inside of school. So whatever happens outside of school is not necessarily the district's problem, either is it mine.
But you were saying that, that something that people could do if they do not agree with the ban or they want to read something is that the solution is to go get the book outside of school, but then there's some people that would not be able to do that, correct?
Yeah.
So you had mentioned that parents should have a say in their child's education, but do you believe that they should have a say in another child's education that isn't theirs?
I mean, yes. I mean, if it affects their kid, it probably is going to affect more than just their kid, and they can also care for other, for example, they may be friends with a kid's parents, and they may care for their friend's kid as well. Or something.
Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Canyon Nyman. I would like to start by thanking my opponents, Madison and Sophia, for debating against us today, my partner Joey for working with me on this debate, our MCs Bobby and Bailey, and our timekeeper Andrew for helping run the debates today, Mr. Naylor and Pitt University for giving us this opportunity, and finally, you all for coming to watch our debate today. Banning books gives us silence when we need speech. It closes our ears when we need to listen. It makes us blind when we need sight. This is a quote from Stephen Chbosky, the author of The Perks of Being a Wallflower, and I think this is a very good quote that shows the importance of books and sets up the premise for our debate. My partner and I are on the con side of this debate and believe that schools should not be allowed to ban books. Our highest value for this debate is knowledge, which can be defined as facts, information, and skills acquired by a person through experience or education, or the theoretical or practical understanding of a subject. Our criterion for this debate is maintaining our fundamental right to access information. For our debate, we define schools banning books as schools not allowing students to read, have, or access specific books. Our first contention for this debate is that banning books hinders learning. By banning books, we are taking away possibilities for children to learn. Moira Kirker said in an article published by George Mason University that limiting access to books might solve one family's concerns about their child reading a particular text, but it removes the opportunity from another child. As a parent, you can decide what you want your child to read, but you should not have an effect on another child's education. If, as a parent, you don't want your child to read a book, don't let them. A student should be allowed to read whatever they want to at school. By allowing books in school, we are not forcing children to read them. Think about it. None of us here have read every single book in the school. Banning books just limits our ability to learn. Our second contention for this debate is that banning books is censorship and indoctrination. Indoctrination is defined as the process of teaching a person or group to accept a set of beliefs uncritically. By banning books, you are inhibiting children from learning about and hearing different beliefs or information. This goes directly along with the definition of indoctrination. By banning certain books, we are telling children they are bad without giving them the freedom to figure it out for themselves. We are not allowing children to think critically about what things are right and wrong. It is cult-like activity to not allow children to read certain things at school. Our third contention is that banning books suppresses people's freedom of expression. David L. Hudson Jr., a professor at Belmont University College of Law and a First Amendment law expert, said in an article published by the New Jersey State Bar Foundation that book bans violate the First Amendment because they deprive children or students of the right to receive information and ideas. The government cannot hinder your right to free speech and expression, and schools are government funded. Schools banning books is a violation of people's First Amendment rights and should not be allowed. Our fourth contention for this debate is that it is not logical to ban books. It does not make sense to just ban books anyone disagrees with. As Benjamin Franklin once said, if all printers were determined not to print anything till they were sure it would offend nobody, there would be very little printed. If we banned every book in schools that upset or offended anyone, there would be very few, if any, books left for students to read. If we instead just ban books that offend a majority, the banning of books just forces people to go along with the majority and not actually think critically for themselves. I would like to remind you that our highest value for this debate is knowledge, and our criterion is maintaining our fundamental right to access information. In my first contention, I mentioned how banning books limits this access to information for students. In my second contention, I mentioned how this limited access to information is indoctrination and cult-like behavior. The third contention of my debate explains how banning books suppresses people's freedoms of expression and is a violation of our First Amendment right. I have explained in my fourth contention how banning books is illogical. Banning books gives us silence when we need speech. It closes our ears when we need to listen. It makes us blind when we need sight. Because all of our contentions show how banning books would get in the way of our right to access information, which means we have met our criterion, I negate the resolution that schools should be allowed to ban books.
Do you believe that some books can be harmful to students?
I think without being monitored, like in school there's usually generally teachers around, and as a parent you should be involved in your children's education. You should be actively trying to figure out what they're learning and reading and everything. So I think without the supervision of adults like there is in school, and there should be from the parents, that it could be, but I think the way we do things, they should be able to be taught that maybe some things you read in this book aren't okay, but they can still be allowed to read it.
Okay. By not allowing bans, should all grades, especially young students, have this access to the same exact collection of books?
I don't think they should have the exact same access to the same collection of books. I mean, we do that, we already do that, right? Like, the books in a kindergarten classroom are different than the books in our 12th grade classroom with Mr. Naylor. I mean, there's different reading levels, and generally, as you go along with that, the different reading levels also go along with what kind of type of content is in those books. So I'm not saying that, like...
Okay, but is that still somewhat a ban?
Well, but you're allowing, so if we banned the books and then nobody was allowed to have it in school, then that completely deprives any sort of, like, ability for the children to read that information. You don't, if as a school, technically, you don't want to supply said book in your library, or as a teacher, you don't want to put said book in your classroom, you don't have to, but you can't stop them from reading it.
All right. Do you have the fundamental right to read a book?
Yes, as in the United States, we have the free press and media and everything, and you have the right to write a book, you have the right to read somebody's book, you have the right to write a newspaper, you have the right to read said newspaper.
What is a school's job? Is it not to educate?
Yes, a school's job is to educate.
Okay. Then how would books with this type of content help give enrichment to your students? How would it teach your students to do something? How would it, like,
it teaches you about the real world. I mean, when you go out there, all of this information out there, and having access to all this information is just like the real world. So being able to have access to this information, read things and learn things, and then also that helps you learn under supervision of teachers and your parents how to figure out what is right and wrong information and how to kind of decide between those.
okay, but isn't that like the parents' job almost? Like school is usually for preparing you for like a career, right? And like would you say that like school is more where you're prepared to go into the workforce or job, and parents usually take care of the in real life aspects of it.
I would disagree with that because for the most part, especially in high school, like you are not picking anything that helps you specialize towards a specific career, especially in lots of small schools where you have limited access to different classes. And a lot of times either people's parents work or you're just at school a lot of the time, and that's also where you interact with the most people, which is most like the real world.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sofia Del Grosso. Before I begin my rebuttal speech, I would like to thank my partner, Madison, for working with me on this debate, my opponents, Joey and Canyon, for debating with us, Mr. Naylor for preparing us for this debate, and the school for allowing us to hold the debates in this auditorium today. As previously stated, Madison and I believe that schools should have the choice to ban books. As a brief recap, our value for this debate is safety, and our criterion is establishing and maintaining a safe environment. Our contentions were: 1, the negative effects of exposing students to explicit content. Exposing students to explicit content can lead to early sexual intercourse, sex addiction, sexual violence, objectification, physical violence or harassment, and the use of harmful substances. I think we all can agree that sexual addiction and violence, among other things, is an increasing and prevalent concern. For example, on average, there are approximately 464,000 victims of ages 12 or older that are subject to rape and sexual assault each year in the U.S. That means every 68 seconds, an American is sexually assaulted. Explicit content, whether it be on screen or in a book, can warp someone's perception about adult topics. Additionally, adult content with violence can highly distort the ways people see the world. Some studies suggest that access to violent content at a young age can lead to violent behavior. This could include bullying, assaulting, or fighting with another person, or acting out against someone in a sexually or physically harmful way. For example, infamous 1970s killer, rapist, and murderer of numerous young women, Theodore Robert Ted Bundy was exposed to sexual content at an early age, and in his last interview blamed said sexual contact for his evil thoughts and actions. Exposure to very sensitive topics that a student of their developing years, both physically and mentally, can affect their views long term. So it is very important that we don't expose a developing mind to dangerous content that would affect the rest of their life if they are not ready for it. Contention 2. The potential of banning a select few books in the school does not affect the right to own or read said books outside of school. There is nothing preventing books from being written or sold, nothing to prevent parents from buying them, or children from reading them. Additionally, as my partner stated, parents also have the right to know what their children read. Contention 3. A system would be created to properly decide what books should be banned. This process will allow for a more democratic and personalized solution for people who are concerned about certain books being in schools. Giving each school the ability to vote on books will eliminate the possible feeling of suppression that some people may feel with state or nationwide bans themselves. This process allows parents and concerned faculty to bring light to an issue. They can talk about it in a civil manner with a committee that we had mentioned, and because there are parents and teachers involved, it is a way to connect the school district to the people that take care of the students they educate. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. My name is Joey Balsamo, and before I begin, I'd like to take a moment to thank my partner Canyon Nyman for working with me on this debate. I'd also like to thank our opponents, Madison and Sophia, for debating with us today. I'd like to thank Mr. Naylor and Pitt University for extending us this opportunity to debate. And lastly, I'd like to thank you, the audience, for watching us debate today. Before I begin to rebut our opponent's points, I'd first like to quickly summarize and expand upon some of my partner Canyon's points. schools should not be allowed to ban books. This is because the banning of books hinders learning, is unnecessary and illegitimate government censorship, it suppresses people's freedom of expression, and that the banning of books is purely illogical. Books being banned limits the amount of information that is accessible by students, thus hindering their ability to learn. This limiting of information that is considered to be inappropriate by the schools is the same thing that cults do to indoctrinate their followers to their beliefs. The banning of books limits students' freedom of expression, which falls under their First Amendment right. If schools banned books that covered controversial material, then there would be virtually no books left in school libraries because almost every book contains said content. All of the contentions that my partner and I have listed fit our value of knowledge and our criterion of maintaining our fundamental right to information. Our opponents had made the point that people are not entitled to read a book. We disagree. It's a fundamental right that people have to knowledge. This isn't listed in the Constitution or anything like that, but everybody just instinctively knows that people should have a right to access knowledge, the ability to access knowledge. And they had also made the point that they mentioned how a teacher in Hollidaysburg brought in an inappropriate book to class, but that isn't relevant to this debate because a teacher is employed by the school. So the school can choose what the teacher can and cannot bring in. They're the staff, they have to follow the school's rules. But the students are different than the teachers because they have to come here. It's a public school and it's government funded. So, which means that the school should not be able to limit students' First Amendment right because it is government funded and students are required to come here. They also mentioned that parents have a say in other parents' children's educations, and we definitely disagree with this. Parents do not have the right to tell other parents how to raise their children or what content their children should be able to access. Furthermore, Sophia had mentioned how books can be harmful to students, and some books could be harmful to students, but it is up to the students' parents to choose what their child is able to access. And once again, the student, assuming that the student brings the book to school, there are teachers in the facility that can tell if like something's up with the student or anything. And like I said, it's the parent's job to decide what content their child can access. And they had mentioned about books being provided by the school and like every book being available for every grade. Well, first off, it would just be impossible to provide every single book ever created to every grade, so that doesn't make sense anyway. And there, like my partner Canyon had stated, there are different reading levels, so you're not going to give a kindergartner like something that's super advanced that they won't even be able to understand. Lastly, they had mentioned how explicit content can lead to violence, and I'm not here to say whether it does or whether it doesn't, but again, it's the parents' job to teach their children and to choose what information they are allowed to access. It is not within the school's rights to do so. Thank you.
To recap, we have proved our value of safety by showing how banning books that are deemed unsafe for students can protect their well-being from the negative effects of early exposure of explicit content. We have proven our criterion of establishing and maintaining a safe environment in schools by removing potentially harmful content in schools so students can focus more on their education. There is one final point that I would like to state, which goes back to the prompt. Schools should have the choice to ban books. Just because schools can ban books, this doesn't mean they will. This is simply giving them the choice. Now let me ask you as the audience something. How is reading about someone raping another person, dying from a drug overdose, or assaulting a person with a deadly weapon considered enrichment? They say that taking away some books is similar to indoctrinating people in a cult. We're not forcing schools to ban books. This is simply an option. We do not want to take away every single book that people find offensive. It's only for extremely sensitive content that has been extremely controversial. Thank you.
All right, so in the argument over whether schools should be in the business of banning books, how many think that this side won? How many found this argument to be more convincing by a show of hands? How many people found this side more convincing by a show of hands? As an English teacher, that's great. I think it's interesting that it would be that lopsided. I mean, I do think you guys made a really compelling argument and a really good argument, but it'd be interesting to see like exit polls and see why people may have taken that particular side. But listen, I would recommend to everybody watch this one because I think this is one of the big hot topic cultural issues that's going to be discussed frequently in over the next couple of years. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw a few articles of the week about it. But the whole idea of like what schools should be allowed to promote, what they should not be allowed to promote, what you should be allowed to read in school, what kind of material schools should be able to provide for you. And as we've seen even in our local area, which was referred to a couple of times in this debate, it's actually something it's an issue in Blair County too. So what time is it here? I'm not sure what time it is. So there's time left here. If teachers want to take you back, you can. If they want you to sit here, you can do that too. But remember, we've got one more of these left, and I can't wait for it. It's our up-and-coming stars, our future debaters, these juniors.
We'll be right back after this short commercial break.
We gotta go on YouTube and find that.
This thing on YouTube.
Yeah, I know, you're like, I don't know. Like, I was saying that the value
You got this, Olivia.
I don't know, but Miss Burris said that she was jumping onto that. Really? Yeah, she was like, I can do it. I wasn't doing it because I was like, that Mr. Carr. Dream one would only teacher to go. Mr. Carr. No. But teachers up.
Caleb, I gotta get it.
I told her that my debate was on Thursday. She was talking for or against them.
And I was like,
She's like,
just
what's the
because the
research?
numbers are coming, as we're talking, I write it down. I don't need to take it. It's like the simplest and dumbest. I get these pictures in my head.
I want to get a picture of everybody from here. I heard it when I was down there. Did it work? All right, as everybody files in for the last time, I know whenever these guys get up here, they always extend thank yous to everybody, which is great and really important and something you should all think about. If you're ever speaking in public, especially to somebody besides your classmates, think about thanking everybody first, because it shows humility and gratitude, and it might be that gets people to be open to your ideas and maybe side with you before you even start your argument. So it's not a bad idea. So they've been doing that, and I wanted to extend thank you too, because you guys have been a really great audience all day. I know it's like back and forth. You're going to your classes, you're coming back, but you guys have been a great audience. And for anyone who's interested in it, I mean, scheduling is coming up now. I'm not sure who has signed up for this or who's thinking about it, but definitely consider taking CHS. There's tons and tons of skills that you'll learn here at BELLWOOD-ANTIS that I think could last you throughout a lifetime. But even of all the classes that I teach, whether it's a 12th grade English, a 9th grade English, whether it's Blueprint, like of all the things that I do, this is probably the one that I would say, this is something that could really last you throughout your entire lifetime. Whether it's getting the confidence to talk in front of people, because I'm sure there's people that are in the class that, like the first day of class, what we do is say, if you don't think you can get up in front of the school and debate, then this might not be the thing for you. So I'm sure there's people that are nervous about that. But and as everybody sounds so polished here today, and they sound great, but it wasn't always like that. You know, it wasn't like everybody that went here today is always as good as they are now. So you learn and you grow, and those are skills that will last you throughout a lifetime. So things like self-confidence, public speaking, and just critical thinking as well. So this is our last debate. We always open this one up. I shouldn't say always. We have for the last couple of years. We've opened this up to other classes. And so this year, we have students from the junior class who hopefully next year will be taking this class, and they're going to do their debate. I'll turn it over to the MCs to introduce it to you, and I was going to get a picture of the audience too. There we go.
Good afternoon, and welcome back to the 11th Annual CHS School-Wide Debates.
This year's theme is "The Health of America Depends on Valuing Personal Beliefs Over Compromise."
Each of the debate topics today touch on this theme in one way or another. The next topic up for debate is, the government should reveal all intelligence on UFOs. On the pro side, we have Abby Eckenrod and Corrigan Shanafelt. And on the con side, we have Olivia Hess and Chloe Brown.
Hello, my name is Corey Shanafelt, and before I begin this debate, I would like to give out a few thank yous. Thank you to my partner, Abigail Eckenrod, for joining me in this experience, and thank you to Olivia and Chloe for rising to the challenge. Thank you to everyone in the audience for supporting us, and lastly, thank you, Mr. Naylor, for allowing us to exercise this unique opportunity. Good afternoon. Today my partner and I will be debating on whether or not the United States government should release every file they have on UFOs. According to a January news article by TheGuardian.com, the American government is examining 510 known UFO reports. About 200 of these files are duds, meaning they are everyday air clutter, and the rest are mysteries that even the top agencies can't solve. The government still has tens, hundreds, thousands of files that they are withholding from the public for unknown reasons. These unreleased classified files raise some suspicions as to why the United States government is specifically withholding the files while vowing to release other files. This debate is focused on whether the government should keep those a secret, or should the government allow their citizens to view the material. We will be using the following terms: UFO or UAP, meaning an unidentified flying object or anomalous phenomena. UFO is referring to the same objects as UAP, and these objects are usually thought of to be extraterrestrial origin. However, most objects that we will be discussing are assumed to be man-made. We will also use the terms transparency and preparedness. Transparency is the quality of providing clarity, and preparedness is the state of readiness to act. My partner and I believe the government should release every file on UAPs because if honesty is the best policy for us, why should we let that slide for the US government? Our highest value that we establish our position on is common knowledge, meaning information known by all people. We wish everyone to view this debate through the lens of keeping one of the greatest nations educated, safe, and protected. In this debate, my partner and I have three contentions that support our value of common knowledge. First, the release of all files increases America's preparedness. Second, it will lead to more security for all citizens. And third, it will provide the transparency that the government has always promised. I'm going to start on the first contention, which is releasing all files will allow America, citizens, and all to be prepared for anything. Take 9/11, for example. On September 11, 2001, America was attacked. In those moments, the government held hands with the average citizen, and we were united and prepared because we had the information as it occurred on the television. If the government were to keep these attacks classified, we wouldn't have been able to prepare. And this is where we get to our first contention, preparedness. For example, look at the Chinese spy balloon. An article by usatoday.com was able to overview what the government was able to tell our citizens, which in summary was everything that the government knew. The article states that the US government acted immediately to protect against the collection of sensitive information. The unknown information is something that only China knows, not the US. The Chinese spy balloon is also identified as a UFO or UAP by the government, which provides direct evidence on our side that when the government releases all information about a UFO, there isn't mass panic. In fact, there is more of an understanding by all, and this allows for all to be prepared to prevent China from preying on the sensitive information of any American. So preparedness will most likely be a major turnout if the government decides to release all the files, and it won't cause as much harm as might be said. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Chloe Brown, and before we start this debate, I would like to thank my partner, Olivia, for working on this debate with me, and I would like to thank Corey and Abby for debating this topic against us. I would also like to thank Mr. Naylor for giving us this opportunity, and thank you, the audience, for taking the time to listen to this debate today. And of course, not to forget, thank you to the MCs along with the timekeeper. We believe that the government should not release all intelligence on UFOs. The government has come into contact with plenty of unidentified flying objects that identify as UFOs. Most of the time, the government does not share this information that they find with the public for multiple public safety reasons. Our highest value for this debate is public safety, which can be defined as the prevention of and protection from events that could endanger the safety and security of the public from significant danger, injury, or property damage. Arnold Schwarzenegger states, "Government's first duty and highest obligation is public safety." This shows that there is a reason that they choose what to tell the public and what to keep a secret, ultimately for public safety. There are so many unanswered questions that arise with these flying objects, and many that keep people wondering what is really flying around our world. The definition of a UFO is a mysterious object seen in the sky for which it is claimed no orthodox scientific explanation can be found. Therefore, the government should not release all intelligence about UFOs. Our first contention is that it would cause a public panic and people would take extreme measures. One of the government's jobs is to provide public safety, and if they release all of this UFO information, then they can't promise that safety anymore. My partner Olivia will be stating our other two contentions. For example, on the 1938 radio station, The War of the Worlds, there was an episode that an alien invasion was taking place. Although this segment was supposed to be science fiction, a lot of people didn't understand that and started to go into panic. The program starts by opening with a novel, which is interrupted by news reports. During the news reports, there are explosions, and something is reported to have fallen in Grover Mill, New Jersey. The radio station exclaims that it is an alien spacecraft and that aliens are starting to invade. This goes on for the rest of the hour, claiming that aliens are killing people with their heat rays and clouds of poison gas were rolling into New York City. There is a panic as they say the military is trying to stop this invasion. People were jumping in their cars to flee the area of invasion. It is estimated that about 1 million people were frightened by this War of the Worlds episode. This caused confusion and anxiety with thousands of American people, causing them to call police departments, newspapers, and CBS in pure panic. America was sent into mass hysteria, with newspapers reporting mass stampedes, suicide attempts, and heart attacks. As you can see, a story that was just science fiction frightened the public, so what will happen to America when people find out the true facts the government has concealed about UFOs? The information could be widespread across social media, and different theories and conspiracies could arise with this information, causing even more panic among people. So, to protect the public from panic, it is better for the government to confine this UFO information. So, do you believe that if the government released this information that it would cause public panic?
No.
Why?
Because the government has provided us with resources since the beginning of time, and along with the citizens, the government has also been able to use that resource to advance our civilization. That's why we are the way we are today, because we were provided with resources and information. That's the same thing about UFOs.
Okay, you stated earlier that the information, well, obviously we don't know what the information is that the government hasn't released. How do you know that that won't cause panic? Like, do you not see stuff on the news and freak out about it? Is that not?
Well, how do you know that it will cause panic? If you're gonna state that
Well,
the information is gonna cause panic, then why are you saying that? Why are you asking me why it won't cause panic? Because what information then? What
Well, obviously
information
it's
are you
important
specifying?
enough if they can't put it out to the public, so it should stay that way.
If it's okay, you mentioned the sci-fi piece. It's science fiction, right?
Yeah, but people still believed it, and that went into a panic. So
But it wasn't
imagine
real,
if
right?
it was real.
It wasn't real.
No, I said it was science fiction.
So it wasn't.
But the radio
Okay,
station.
so then how does that match up to today's standards of what a UFO is, like the Chinese spy balloon?
But, you don't know what a UFO is. In the definition, it says it's an unknown object, so we have no idea what it is.
Wouldn't you like to know more though?
Yeah, but if the government
So you
doesn't.
would so you want all the files
But the
released. You want
government
to know all
doesn't
the
know it.
information
No, I
about it.
don't want that information.
So you don't want to know what a UFO is?
The government doesn't hold that information.
Okay, but you don't want to know about the UFOs that the government's withholding.
No, I shouldn't know about it. It's not my business to know about it.
Okay. But what if that'll help us advance as a civilization? I mean, the files that they released already have already helped the citizens be prepared. I mean, I'm basing it off of preparedness.
Yeah, but that's because it needed to be released. That it was necessary for the public to know. The information they have concealed is not
Then-
necessary for the public to know.
What's to say that the information that the government's withholding right now is unnecessary?
Because they would have released it.
But how do you know?
How do I know what?
How do you know that they were supposed that they made that right decision to not release it? How do you know that that was the basis
That's
that
the
they
government's
prepared on?
job.
Then shouldn't they? But it's for the people, right? The government's for the people.
Yep, like I said, public safety. That's the whole government.
Yeah, exactly. And we're on public safety too. I mean, by releasing the information, we're able to be resourceful and be prepared. I mean, that's public safety. Being prepared is being able to be secure. It's being able to have that transparency, which
But
we'll
why does
touch
the
on
public
later.
need to be secure when the government can take care of that?
Because you can't always trust governments. Take every other government, for example. You can't really trust the government, so why would you trust them with the information?
Because that's who runs our country.
Okay, well, I don't know.
My name is Abigail Eckenrod, and before I start with contention 2 and 3, I would like to say a few thank yous. First, I would like to say thank you to my debating partner, Corrigan Shanafelt, and of course the opposing debate team, Olivia and Chloe. I'd also like to say a huge thank you to Mr. Naylor for extending this really unique opportunity to us, and of course, a thank you to our respective English teachers for putting up with the extensive absences. And finally, I'd like to thank you, the audience. Good afternoon. Just to remind everyone, we ask for you to view this topic through the lens of keeping one of the greatest nations ahead of the game, especially when it comes to advanced technology. And we're holding ourselves to our highest value of common knowledge, which includes information known by all people. Now with contention 2, security. From a security standpoint, the American people would feel more safe and secure if the government released all the information about UFOs that they possess. It is the government's moral obligation to protect and make sure the American citizens feel safe at all costs. The government has a whole department known as the National Security Agency, or the NSA for short, which is meant to protect us. They play a very vital role in our national security as a whole. On their website, it says, the NSA plays a vital role in our national security by providing America's leaders with crucial information they need to defend our country, save lives, and advance US goals. So if the NSA is working towards national security as a whole, why can't they help us security-wise if the government were to release any information on UFOs? National security refers to those activities which are directly concerned with the foreign relations of the United States. It is the official definition of national security according to the Cornell University. The release of UFO information would better educate and better prepare us in case anything were to ever happen. The increase of awareness and preparedness can boost the feeling of national security. The increase in reports of UFOs is causing anxiety and fear in many individuals, but the withholding of information would further cause more. They're doing more harm than good. The American people deserve the moral obligation of feeling safe in their own country. Now, continuing on with contention 3, transparency. From specifically a transparent standpoint in this argument, the government should feel morally obligated to release information about any UFOs. A lack of transparency can show citizens that potentially our government is hiding something. According to GovOS, government transparency is crucial to maintaining a functioning and free society. Transparency allows citizens to hold government officials and others accountable. A great example of why the government needs transparency in certain situations, like in the case of UFOs, is the Manhattan Project. The Manhattan Project was the project that was hidden to further the development of the atomic bomb in World War II. They went out of their way to make sure that the project sites were secretly kept away, which is another example of a lack of transparency. If we apply this example to today's topic about UFOs, the lack of transparency is obviously going to have people wondering what they're keeping from us. How much damage could they possibly be doing? How much have they been covering up? There have been various videos released by the government of confirmed UFOs. If they were able to release these specific videos, why can't they release all of the footage of the known UFOs? There has been leaked footage released, meaning that the government has not been entirely transparent with us about UFOs from the beginning. To further transparency, the Black Vault, a government transparency site, has previously specified specific UAP and UFO material. They even made a request to the US Navy in April of 2020 to release any UFO info they may have. Another 2 years later, the government had confirmed to them that they had more footage, but they refused to release any further video footage. Gregory Carson, the Deputy Director of the Department of the Navy Freedom of Information Act, responded with, "The release of this information will harm national security. If there is something dangerous out there watching us via flying object, the American people should morally have the right to know about it." Thank you.
I begin, I'd like to thank my partner, Chloe, our opponents, Corey and Abby, Mr. Naylor, and our audience. To recap why the government should not be releasing all of their information on UFOs, the concern of public safety is our highest value. Our second contention leads to this. The truth about the government is simple. Some questions they just don't know the answer to. There already isn't much information about UFOs. Even in the name, UFOs are unidentified flying objects. The government can't give information that they might not even have, and they definitely can't be talking about guesses or theories that they might have behind closed doors. Their job is to keep the public informed and safe by releasing what we need to know to be informed enough and safe. What's classified is meant to keep people safe in some capacity. It is not the job of the government to make the public experts on unidentified objects in the sky, but rather keep the public knowledgeable about what, if anything, could threaten their safety. Placing these boundaries on what information can and can't be released to the public limits conflicts. For example, the infamous Roswell incident created chaos and conspiracies that became blown out of proportion. For those unaware, the previously referred to Roswell incident took place in Roswell, New Mexico, when a high-altitude balloon crash landed. Conspiracies arise because people thought the debris found from the crash was from a UFO. If a multitude of information was released about UFOs, then, for all we know, conspiracy theorists could start shooting at any object they see in the sky, like planes or helicopters. They would have an inappropriate hold on a situation that should not have involved them in the first place. Our third contention on why all information should not be released is because these unidentified flying objects could not only be, in theory, an alternate life form, but enemy aircraft. At that point, there's so much uncertainty, UFOs should be treated as a national security issue. When things fall into the hands of those at a federal level, those details should be secured and away from the media and public eye, with an emphasis on media. We all know that the media has its selfish tactics to twist stories and make things out of what isn't. If a UFO would happen to be some kind of military threat, then the media would swoop up every ounce of information, act like World War III is beginning, and send everyone running for the border. They say some things are better left unsaid, and according to the US News, that is proven true once again, as the source says, the government frequently uses claims of secrecy to avoid scrutiny and to conceal damaging information. We as civilians are not entitled to know anything that is guarded at that level. At that point, our government has a commitment to us to keep certain things locked up with those who are trained to handle the intelligence. If a UFO would happen to be enemy aircraft of some sort, then it would turn into a military issue. Military secrets and content are already kept quiet from the public, so why would that stop with UFOs? Well, it shouldn't. The topic of UFOs should be treaded lightly upon. If we as the public are seemingly left in the dark about a government issue, then it's for a reason. As the con side of this debate, we are not saying that the government should not tell people anything, but instead only release knowledge that people actually need to know. Not for fueling conspiracies, not for theories and guesses, but information that could legitimately affect how humans live their lives. Thank you.
So, to start off, if UFOs are unidentified to begin with, why does the government still keep information on them to begin with?
As I mentioned, this could be some kind of a national security issue at some point. I mean, people know what UFOs are, even though they are unidentified. And, I mean, it has been a concern in the past, and there has been all the conspiracies, so I think it's important that they still have some information on things that are happening.
Okay, and continuing on about the conspiracy theories, did you by chance know that there was actually a former U.S. senator who was big on having, conspiracy theories about the government and the things it does keep from the public? Do you have any?
So you mentioned about transparency and how that's crucial in the government, but do you believe that there are times when the government should keep secrets and there are times when they shouldn't, just for the protection of the public in general?
You know, personally, I believe from a middle ground standpoint that, you know, certain issues are better to be released later rather than in that present moment. But as for something like UFOs, it's better to know about it as soon as they have the information rather than when it's too late.
So with the information that they do release now, which is if there was like some kind of a sighting or information that might need people to evacuate for some reason or something like that, like what more information do you think should be released that's not current?
Well, can you give me an example as to like what kind of scenario we're talking about, or?
If a UFO crash landed in Bellwood, then the government or whoever might tell you where it happened, why it happened, what roads would be closed, if anyone needs to evacuate for any reason, but they might not say what was in the UFO, who or what was in the UFO, things like that. Like, why would that be necessary to know?
Well, I feel like for a public standpoint, it would be important to know, you know, just in case, like, for example, if they had any, like, toxic chemicals on there that could harm people around the area, or if there's anything deadly, like, stored inside, or anything that's, you know, necessary for the well-being of the people to know. And one last question. So I remember in one of your contentions, you had stated that the unidentified flying objects could have been, you know, military weapons or anything like military in the sky. So are normal like aircrafts, you know, odd-shaped and unidentified using their own technology?
Yes.
Olivia, you asked about the Doswell situation with the UFO crashing. If the government just told them about what the debris was, wouldn't you just agree that the conspiracy theorists wouldn't have a baseline to go off of if they knew the unknown that the government would not tell them?
Can you rephrase that?
Okay, so like if the government would just tell them about the UFO that crashed and like tell them what they knew, wouldn't the conspiracy theorists not be able to have a baseline? Because you said conspiracy theorists are a problem.
They actually did release what the debris was, and the conspiracy theorists continued to guess and assume and create something out of what isn't there.
Did they release all of it?
So the explanation for the debris found was that the balloon had been carrying equipment designed to search the atmosphere for evidence of Soviet nuclear tests as part of something called Project Mogul, and that was all there was to that. There was nothing.
So that was all the information that they released, and there's
Yes,
no
and that was
knowledge of it.
all that
There's
was
more.
needed to be known for
Okay,
public safety.
so it was all that needed to be known. So there could have been more information.
But why would anyone need to know that more?
To shut the conspiracy theorists down.
But they were shut down by the facts.
So they were shut down. They're not a problem.
In this situation, the facts were released after the conspiracy theorists.
Okay, and that like stopped them.
No.
So they're not a problem. So it didn't stop.
In general, like generally UFOs.
Okay.
Next question.
So did you at all by chance feel like the information that we provided was somehow personally like threatening, not like threatening, but like scary to you that the government could be possibly keeping things like about UFOs at all, or?
No.
Okay, and so continuing on with that, you personally don't feel any, type of emotion when you think about that the government could possibly be hiding things from us on this?
I know that the government would be releasing the facts that are necessary for public safety. So I feel safe knowing that whatever I need to know has been released.
And I can also trust the government that they're going to handle it. And again, if it's national security, something to do with that, I don't need to know about that.
Okay, so the government specifically stated that they released all the information about the Chinese spy balloon. So do you yourself feel threatened right now about the information that the government presented about the Chinese spy balloon? Like, do you feel unsafe about that? Do you feel like it's a public safety concern?
No.
Okay, then why is releasing other files like that, like what the government hasn't released about all the other UFOs, how is that different from all the information presented from the Chinese spy balloon?
Because the information was necessary to release, like Olivia had stated before.
But how do you know that the information that the government's withholding is unnecessary to release?
Because why would they be withholding it? Like, obviously it holds some importance.
But I mean, in this specific scenario, is it not true that they still could be withholding vital information from the Chinese spy balloon incident?
Why is it vital to us?
Because, the Chinese spy balloon, if they are trying to steal information from us and, trying to, see...
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Why release information now if... Wait. Why should the government release information on UFOs when there are plenty other things that they don't release information about? Like, why are UFOs an exception to that?
Well, UFOs are, again, they're a foreign phenomenon that, could potentially pose a grave threat to us if we are left in the dark about certain things about them.
For a reason.
What was that, sorry?
We're left in, I guess, so you said in the dark for a reason, because there's no need to know, for the public to be able to know that.
Well, UFOs are different from other natural occurring phenomenons, and therefore meaning it could pose more of a threat than, say, a tsunami coming up the Gulf.
All right.
To conclude our side on the topic of whether the government should release all UFO files, we firmly believe that they should. We have this stance on the basis that it will help our government and citizens to be prepared for any outside conflict done by UFOs, no matter where they came from. Also, it is the American government's moral obligation to keep the citizens feeling safe. How is keeping information and resources unsafe? Like, how is providing people with resources unsafe? Like Chloe and Olivia say, how is that a public safety concern if we're provided with resources every single day? It is American government's moral obligation for security, and this won't be able to be accomplished if the government keeps withholding files. And lastly, we are on the basis of transparency, another important aspect in releasing the files. Transparency leads to more positives than negatives, and we win this debate because we have proof involving actual UFOs that reaffirm the reality that releasing all the information will not cause a panic or make people unsafe. It educates. Thank you.
Overall, my partner and I have honored our value of public safety by stating that concealing this information will protect the public from panic, keep from disclosing military secrets, and updating the public with facts. Therefore, the government should not release all of their information about UFOs. Like we had stated, the science fiction episode on the War of the Worlds had sent people into panic, showing that it would not follow public safety to have UFO information released. The government cannot, once again, release information that they might not even have to begin with. Releasing information that could potentially not be true with all the uncertainty of UFOs could create panic. Also, if UFOs would be considered a national security threat, then they shouldn't be treated any differently than any other military information that cannot be disclosed to the public. Although people may want transparency from the government on UFOs, it is just something that cannot happen. Keeping this information classified is meant to keep people safe. If the government were to release all of the UFO information, who's to say that people would be able to handle the facts? And let's be honest, is the government really ever fully transparent with the public about anything? The government has released a limited amount of information, so the public should be happy with that. Releasing only a small amount of this information keeps the public from panicking and prevents any problems from occurring. Also, obviously without knowing exactly what the government hasn't released, how do we know that they are not trying to still piece things together? They have released the facts that they know to the public, so it leaves no room for the public to question information and panic. Finally, releasing UFO information would go against the government's highest obligation, to maintain public safety. This shows exactly why the government has not yet released its information to the public. Thank you.
So one side was arguing that the government should release everything that it knows about UFOs, full transparency, no compromise. That was these guys. And then this side said that the government can't possibly release everything. You've got what you got, which is probably more than you need. So which side are we going with? How many people think this side won the debate?
Yes.
Okay, and then how many people think this side won the debate? It's good. Good job for both sides, winning some votes and getting people to side with you. This was a really good one to close with, and I'm looking forward to having this junior class next year. I've already talked to some people about taking this next year, so I hope we have a lot of people that are taking this next year. And anybody that's like a sophomore or maybe even a freshman, we'll see how much we can open this up. We can always, if we have the slots throughout the day, we can always open this up and have other people participate. But thank you for being such a good audience here today. It was awesome. We love debating in front of everybody. We have about 4 minutes left. So teachers, I'm not sure if you want to leave them here or if you want to take them back. It's about 3.5 minutes until the bell rings. So thanks for being such a great audience. Make sure you come out tonight and see the Pines play.
Yeah.
hard the issue here stuff over. What is there to look forward to?
I know, exactly.
School could possibly junior high at this point. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I guess, if that makes a big deal to you. So what time's the whole band coming in here?
I'm gonna get there at 4, but I'm probably gonna have to stick around. I probably get, I just gotta do my spoken podcast today.
Oh, yeah?
I think that should be like that.
Is there, will there be, I mean, I didn't set any of this up, somebody else did. Do you need me to tear all this stuff down? I can't, I don't know how to do this stuff.
I can help you.
No, I don't want you to do that. Go do what you gotta do.
No,
I wasn't saying it for that reason.
No,
I was
I
just
know.
asking like a serious question.
Yeah, no, I understand. Probably end up tearing it down. Might be easier.
Like I can, with these chairs and stuff, it shouldn't be too hard to get done. Just off the stage. Luckily, I didn't bring the podium down this year. Where do the tables even go?
So I have no clue. I have to probably try and ask.
Thank